Oh, what? Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, last time, we went on a date with Saber. It went poorly as Archer showed up, and we discovered the Archer is Gilgamesh. So, no. And now we're going to be getting it on with Saber, quote unquote, because this is another thing that was leading to a sex scene. So we'll see what they replaced it with. Let us get on with the game. I don't know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. My mind won't slow down. It's practically doing somersaults just at the thought of sleeping with Saber. This is for her, to help her, to grant one small wish of hers. If I keep on granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up, and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end. I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this. The sliding door opens. I shake away the depressing thought circling my head and look to Saber. I turn to look up at her. I quietly gulp. This is a figure of pure white in the darkness. Yeah, I think in the original CG she was nude. Seeing her, all that relentless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. My heart is unclouded now. No, absolutely not. It's just that you're so beautiful, I don't know what to do. I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explain it to Saber, she wouldn't understand. But my mind's practically shorted out. Oh, sure. For the first time, I realized she has beautiful, perfect toes. Well, we know what Shiro's into now. While Saber walks across the tatami mat floor to get close, I get off the futon and pull the blanket back for her. I realize I'm one pillow short for two of us to sleep together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon, but Saber's with me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts, but my fate feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at Saber. No, you go ahead, Saber. Well, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere like this. So I hurry into the futon and make room for Saber. I thought I would give her the pillow, but she gently pushes it back to me. Her words, barely a whisper, make my heart skip a beat. Saber is surprisingly calm as she nestles into my arms. It's like she settled in herself. She settled in herself more than I am holding her. a blade and its sheath. I remember Saber's words. Saber is about to drift off, pillowed on my arm, like a sword in its sheath. Her warm, soft scent so close and her warm, soft scent so close in calms rather than excites me. Saber's hand reaches for my hand. I take it inside the blanket and intertwine my fingers with hers. And we drift off into sleep in silence. But before that, Saber, I call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want to hear again why I desire her so much. Because again, originally in the scene, they had sex. Saber. That. I can't argue at that point. If we want to solve our problem, we first need to end this war. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? While the two of us lie quiet, we look out into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy. My body cries out for rest. But that our entwined fingers stay warm. Saber? She just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently as she says so. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I leave my face close to hers and close my eyes. The last thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. It's more than enough for me, and I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm sure I can keep holding this hand, and then silence settles in. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think that is it. Utopia. When I wake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still late night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I'm way past the point of oversleeping. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. Saber is still next to me, slightly curled up and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. I leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. So we need to come up with a plan. I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Given his personality, the murderous look he gave us before he left and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit a chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm, Ia, and we're finished. Oh yeah. I missed this. Heaven Scorcher Halberd. User unknown. A type of G polearm historically used in China. A G is a long-shafted weapon used for piercing, striking, and other uses. It is a versatile weapon that anyone can be trained on, but nonetheless, it faded into history until it was revived as the Fangtian G, Heaven Scorcher Halberd, in the Song Dynasty. Piercing, slashing, hooking, and repelling. And while there are many ways to use the polearm, exceptional technique is required to master it. The crescent-shaped blade is called the Yuya, Moonfang. And a G that only mounts a single Yuya is called the Qinglong Ji, Cerulean Dragon Halberd. Out of many Heaven Scorcher halberds, did only this weapon sublimate a noble phantasm because it was used regularly by a famous warrior? I need to think of something. There's not much time until the sun sets. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosak, and I can think of a plan, then the church. Maybe that overseer priest might know something. He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Kotomine said that he would find some way to deal with the servants who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kotomine might have already thought of something. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. The church sits alone at the top of the hill. There's nobody here, not a sound to be heard, not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out. The place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site. I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. The hell am I talking about? That's no metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. Hospital work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. But plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. In that sense, death hangs heavy over this place. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. Carmine, I came to talk to you. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. Carmine? He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. Tap, tap, tap. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sound of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge empty space. Carmine, are you here? I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I went and answer, I should be shouting. He's probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something? Must be Old Testament God. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard. If I remember correctly, Carmine's room is... I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Carmine's room. My memory is kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. There's something. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. I don't know why. The beads of sweat begin to form on my forehead. Through the though the corridor itself is chilly. I use all my senses to try and get a feel for my surroundings. If I do so, but I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? My heart is beating so fast. Why? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? Two words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Carmine's not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back, go back, go back, go back. I did one extra go back, I think. Go back for your own sake. Go back. There's nothing bad happening here. There's something happening in this church, so go home. I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is right about these kinds of things. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense, which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my heart racing I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotamine's room. And then I run into a deep darkness. There's a basement. I spot a set of stairs. In the deepest shadow, as I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotamine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any There won't be any sizz. There won't be any... I can't go in there. My neck stiffens. I should... Yeah, this is one that leads to a bad ending. If I go back home, it'll lead to a bad ending. We go down to the basement. I step into the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light suffuses the whole place. There's a sanctuary underground? No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs. I just came down. I look back up the stairs I just came down. The staircase hugs the curved wall. After descending the stairs, I look up and see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in a mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, a deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. Excuse me. I step through what seems like a hole. Seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor is all slimy and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor, and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankle, into some kind of rock covering the floor. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there's a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. The chemical reek of it has stagnated in the room like a thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. I'm long past tension and nervousness, and yet my heart expands and contracts without a break. My limbs are moving so weirdly that it feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body. And what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. The darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. It's almost like that serves as the starting bell. What I couldn't see before is suddenly clear. What I see is an all too familiar living hell. Death lined up all in a row. Debris is piled everywhere. The stench of death covered by antiseptics. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real, but I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant. Even in a room full of corpses, none of the body here is truly dead. They're alive. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses. However human they once were, are all alive. Why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over each and every body. Not one of them has retained their original form. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like husks of dead trees than corpses. Some have been broken down to the point that their flesh seeps into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are a little more than nests for bugs. However, their arrangement, these figures, have only torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded into a coffin, and the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. They're in the Matrix! The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy, souls, little by little. The coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream for themselves anymore. By now, their throats only barely serve to carry air to their lungs. But still, the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. They must be in terrible pain, and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. A coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head has turned towards me, something falling out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. In a voice that isn't a voice, it asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Just checking. Where am I? I didn't say it was in pain. It didn't say it was in pain. Didn't ask for help. Just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally. But one day, they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible. But why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me, so why? Why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them. Why are they staring at me? And I have another question. Each of them share something in common, unless it's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... It comes out of nowhere. A hand claps my shoulder from behind. The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only I don't have to turn to see who's behind me. Kire Kotamine. The church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell. And the devil, the last person I should have run into right now. I can't say anything. The priest's hand rests heavily on my shoulders. Oh really? Oh really? Like, maybe this? Right here? You think? The priest sounds more cheerful than I have ever heard. As Kotamine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying. Do you really need to ask that? He sounds so cheerful, even when he said, even when he's saying such horrible things. Does this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is?
そもそも彼らとお前は兄弟のようなものだ。お前がそのような態度では彼らも救われないと思うのだが。
Eh? What did he just say? And so happily. What did you say?
この死体たちとお前は仲間だったと言ったのだ。形はどうあれ、お前たちはあの地獄から生還した者たちだ。血肉のつながりはなくとも、その絆は兄弟のそれに近いと思うのだが。
I completely forgot this scene existed. So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents. They went to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsuga and Mia adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterwards. I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I wanted to, but I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who hadn't been. That's why I decided if I were to meet them, it would have had to be in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, as I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened. Kotomine.
そうだ、エミやシロ。エミやキリツユに引き取られていなければ、お前も彼らの一員となっていた。わかるか？お前はまたも一人だけで助かったのだ。周りの誰もが平等に死んでいくというのに、お前だけが輪を乱して生き延びた。どうかね。自分自身大した不平等だとは思わないか。
He's laying into the survivor's guilt. My heart starts beating again. I'd be frozen stiff a moment ago. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move.
私は責めているわけではないぞ。むしろお前のそれは喜ばしい。エミやシローの生き延びる才能は大したものだ。実際、私もお前が最後まで残るとは思ってもいなかった。だからこそ、最後はこうして兄弟たちに再会させてやったのだ。
You piece of...
お前は本当に運がいい。ここは今日限りで閉める予定だったのだが、ギリギリで間に合ったな。今まで10年間、サーバントの餌にするために彼らを生かし続けたが、それも終わりだ。やり始めた時ほどの濃い魂の摘出は望めぬし、もはや餌の必要もない。あとはお前とお前のサーバントを仕留めるだけになったのだからな。
And this? It's why I have no plans of summoning this guy when he comes to FTO. I hate this guy. You fucking piece of shit. Those words shatter the restraints that have been holding me still. I move my paralyzed body. Pushing clear of the hands on my shoulder, I leap forward and whirl around to face the priest. Kotomine, it was you. As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. It looks like the head of a spear. It can't be. How could a spear be growing out of my chest?
ああ、そういえば言っていなかったな。改めて紹介しよう。彼が私のサーバントだ。
I turn around. There. I see a blue-covered spearman, his weapon thrust through my chest. Kirei Kotamine. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing, intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters on the floor. I collapse into the slimy, mossy ground. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body is too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for entirely different reasons now. The pain in my chest is unbelievable, blotting out the blood loss and dimming vision. I can't pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound so sharp that the pain is just too intense. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. It distorts! The instant I pass out from pain, and the more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only thing I feel are vomiting-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything. Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him. Wow, what a prick! My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much, and my mind and lets me faint. I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. On the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged back into the world of searing pain. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through the white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. Saber! I grip my teeth, trying to endure the pain and trying to cling to my own fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she is the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. Interlude. When she awakes, there's no sign of Shiro. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing a late lunch, but she finds no sign of either Shiro or lunch. Saber sits on the veranda, muttering to herself. Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this, and she looks up pensively. The sky is ashen gray. A heavy canopy of cloud slowly drifts overhead. She can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path. But tonight, just once, she decides to try to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any dangers that might lie ahead and learn what she needs to guide him into the proper direction. He's so reckless. How can she not worry about him? She wants to sleep peacefully and she can at least read the stars. As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows that this isn't like her. Even so, she still considers trying to read the stars and anxiously waits for night to come. This represents quite the change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, and she looks up at the sky.
Oh, Saber, Shiro ga doko ni itta ka shiranai? Rin.
Saber bolts upright.
Nandeshou? Watashi wa betsu ni Shiro no gunmon ni kudatta wake de wa arimasen yo.
Baka. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing deeply. Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it is because they have been living under the same roof, but Rin can read Saber like a book. Shiro too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before.
あの子のキャパは破格だけど、それでももういっぱいなの。
What?
今はまだかろうじて容量が空いているから余分な機能が働いている。けど満ちてしまえば一番不要な人間としての機能を捨てるしかない。イリアスフィールはね、聖杯戦争が進めば進むほど壊れていくように作られているのよ。
What? Rin's words are ominous, even and a bit of obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about.
あ、いいのよ。今のはわからないように言ったんだから。イリアのことは置いておきましょう。それよりランサーのことだけどね。あいつのマスター誰だか分かったんだけど。ランサーのマスターが判明したのですか？うん、まあ分かったっていうか、前から分かってたっていうか。
Hey Parami, welcome to the stream. How's your day?
実はね、ランサーのマスターは魔術協会から派遣された外来のマスターなのよ。それ自体はとっくに分かってて、ついさっきそいつのねぐらを見つけてきたんだけど。リン、そのような危険なことは避けるべきです。敵の陣地が分かったのなら私に言ってくれればいい。
I feel Pedro. That's cool.
私だってそのつもりだったわよ。けどさ、外から様子を探ってたらどうもおかしいのよ。で、留守っぽいなって中に入ってみたらあったのは血の跡とレイジュが亡くなった左腕だった。
God damn.
それ以外は何もなかった。体ごとレイジを奪われ、しかもあの出血量じゃ生存は絶望的でしょうね。ランサーのマスターはとっくにやられてたのよ。ではランサーはすでにいないのですか？10日前シロを襲った後に他のサーバントに倒されたと。だったらいいんだけどね。結婚はもっと前のものだった。これどういうことかわかる？サーバントを倒さず先にマスターを倒した。そうしてマスターからレイジを奪い、ランサーと契約したマスターがいるということですか？ですが残っているマスターは私とシローだけでしょ。けどランサーはまだ残っているってことは、マスターじゃない魔術師がレイジを奪ってマスターになってるってことだけど、セイバー、そういうのってできるものなの？いいえ、レイジの移植はマスターかサーバント、そのどちらかによるものだけです。いかに優れた魔術師といえど、レイジを奪ったところでマスターにはなれません。そう、じゃあもう一つ。マスターっていうのはさ、聖杯が消えてなくなってもレイジュが残っていて、かつサーバントさえ残っていればいつまでもマスターなの？そうですね。リンの言う通りです。レイジュとサーバントさえ残っていれば、聖杯戦争が終わったとしてもその魔術師はマスターとしての権利を。
Saber falls silent as she realizes what Rin is really asking.
ではリンはランサーのマスターを殺し、ランサーと再契約したのはその
Archer's master.
ええ、それ以外ないと思う。そう思うとランサーの行動にも納得がいくのよ。
What is that, ab? What ab? You mean add?
あいつさ、他のサーバントの様子を探るのが役割みたいだったじゃない。戦えば自分の正体を明かしてしまうっていうのに、あいつは自分の正体を隠すでもなく他のサーバントにちょっかい出してた。それってつまりあいつは諜報専門だったってことでしょ。同感です。私と戦った時も彼は最後まで戦わなかった。宝具を使った以上見せた相手は倒すのが私たちの定石だというのに。そうだからランサーのマスターにはもう一人サーバントがいたのよ。ランサーに敵の正体を探らせておいて、その後に正体不明の戦闘性用のサーバントをぶつける。これって必勝法でしょ。まあランサーにしてみればいい迷惑だったろうけど、6人のサーバント全員と戦ってその手口を調べ上げた上で主の元に帰るんだもの。6人全てと引き分けなんてある意味とんでもないやつよね、あいつ。
Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. As if following Rin, Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses as a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer solely for espionage. And just as that master seems to have expected, the only remaining servants are Lancer and Saber. If they face a powerful enemy, then letting Shiro out on his own is dangerous, even during the day. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies to defeat. If Shiro is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy.
Shiroはどこに行ったのか知りませんか?
Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger. どうだろう。知らないから聞いたんだけど、もしかしたら綺麗なとこかな。あいつ、この間も綺麗なんかに相談しに行ったんだし。あの教会に？ん？何をすれば怖い顔して。琴峰教会に含むところでもあるの？いえ、そういうわけではないのですが。That church is nothing but holy. Shouldn't that be anything but holy? Stagnant debt, then stagnant air lingers in that place, on par with Ryoto Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone, an image of somewhere other than the Amiya house flashes through her mind. She stares into the distance, towards Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out into the yard and jumps onto the wall. Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. She moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. Hot damn, that was fast! I think Kiria greatly overestimated. The time it would take for her to get there. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would like nothing more than she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind, a streak of silver and blue. The instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy territory, Saber armors herself. And arms herself without a second thought. She decided to put on her armor once inside the church. But she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her, and she is armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she has been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure. What she does know is that Shiro Emiya is on the verge of death. There is no time to waste. She is gravely injured, and he is gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body. That is less than 1,000th of the pain Shiro feels. He's not going to make it. Even as she moves at godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines the scene, she feels all the sense and reason and flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to control her anger as she glares at the church. I love how this game depicts movement. The tightly shut church doors offer no obstacle to her, simply blown wide with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through the chapel, passes through the courtyard, and rushes down the stairs leading into the basement, and racks up a hell of a bill. Behind her, the church is left in ruins. Saber is not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through the town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. Even when she finally sees what horror the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. She doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as he bars her path. All hope of control or restraint is gone. No matter how much she might try, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness, in the back of the room. He is lying there, face down, at the center of the room, peopled by living corpses. That's a strange usage of people. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing go all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she'd left him alone. Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly. She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop. I got more important things to worry about than you. His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with a spear, but he can do nothing but about the sheer strength behind it, and retreats back to a nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. He doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death, then she has to save him. Agility C. Agility A. So he's a good mite faster.
そんなに坊主が大事か。そりゃ構わねえが、ならなおのこと、俺を放っておくわけにはいかないぜ、セイバー。
Saber stops as she heads to the back.
それはどういう意味ですか、ランサー。
いや、何な。そいつの胸を串刺しにしたのは俺なんだが、実はこれは2度目でね。以前は確かに殺したってのに生きてやがったもんだからな。今回は念を入れて刺してやったわけだ。
貴様、シローにゲイボルクを使ったのか。
安心しろ。心臓は外してやった。だが呪いはそのままだぞ。セイバー、貴様とてこの槍の呪いは知っていよう。因果を逆転させる原因の槍。こいつの呪いを受けた者はよっぽどの幸運がない限り運命を変えられない。まあ単純に言ってしまえば、ゲイボルクによってつけられた傷は癒されることはない。呪いを受けた者は決して回復できず、死に至るまで傷を背負うことになる。この世にこの槍がある限りな。
At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes.
ようやく理解できたか。そこの坊主を助けたいんだろう。ならまず俺との決着をつけなくちゃな。
Saber's bestial bloodlust drives him Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious, but
正気ですか、ランサー。この狭い室内で僧兵であるあなたが剣士である私と戦うと、そのような愚行、あなたの考えとは思えない。今ならば見逃します。その槍を置いて去りなさい。このような不本意な戦いであなたの首を取る気はない。
それこそ愚行じゃねえのか。一体どこの英霊が自分の相棒を置いてくってんだよ。俺は何も取引をするためにそいつを刺したわけじゃない。俺はな、お前と殺し合いをするためにここにいる。
he's not lying. Lancer Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, as one any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable.
いいでしょう。ならばその槍を見事叩き切って捨てるだけだ。
Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight.
よく言った。白状するとな。貴様が最後に残ってくれて嬉しいぜ、セイバ
ー! Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins with a desperate blow from both sides. hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Actually, I'm going to try it like this. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. That might actually sound terrible on the mic. The sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever is hot, and burning. It'd burn anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing out of my skull. Stop! 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 It's like everything has melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help! 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 My mind's burned out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisting feeling of nausea only grows stronger for my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Go back, go back, go back. But the voices won't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who the voices belong to. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. It just, I have no answer, no way to respond, no way to make it right. Wait, wait, wait. They beg and plead and cry. There's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if it doesn't stop. Return, return, return. They repeat it again and again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. All I can do is punish the architect of this hell. And I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refuse to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words, as that a champion of justice can only go so far. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I...
Kitaka. そら、目を覚ませエミヤシロ。お前のサーバントがやってきたぞ。
I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it's saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what it's in front of me either. There is only the voice crying for help. There is only the voices crying for help. There is only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died.
よくやっているが、やはりセーバーにはかなわぬか。どちらにせよ、あと一人分のサーバントは必要なのだ。それがセーバーであろうとランサーであろうと構わないのだが、その前に選定をしなくてはなるまい。
I can't hear the words, but his voice echoes in my head.
出番だ。もう少し前に行こうか、エミヤシロ。
Something pulls my head upwards. He grabs me by the neck of my head and by the back of my head and drags me forward. I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him, and it has tethered itself to him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know this man, Kirei Kotamine, is like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in this world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kirei Kotamine preserves his body with this darkness.
そこまでだ、セイバー。斧が主を救いたいのならば、その剣を収めるがいい。
What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head.
ランサーも引け。もともと私たちは聖杯を求める同士ではないか。そうむやみに殺し合いなどするものではないぞ。セイバーがこの男を引き取りに来ただけというのならば、喜んで引き渡そう。
He laughs
それを
ominously.
信じろというのですか。ランサーのマスターを殺し、今また私のマスターをその手にかけようとする貴様の言葉を信じろと。
Who is that? I can't tell, but like the sound of the tuning bell, the voice helps refocus my mind.
信じたまえ。私はお前たちと争う気はない。季節してこのような形になってしまったが、お前たちが聖杯を取ろうというのなら邪魔はしない。もとより私の役割は聖杯の持ち主を見極めることだ。ここまで残ったお前たちには十分すぎるほど資格がある。故に望むのならば今ここで聖杯を与えてやってもよいのだが。
ここに聖杯があるというのか、貴様は。
あるとも。聖杯はどこにでもある。聖杯とはもとより形のない器だ。いつどこで何に呼び出すかによって完成度が変わるのだが、呼び出すだけならこの土地にも資格はある。無論サーバントが残り一人にならなければ聖杯は未完成だが、その出来でも大抵の願いは叶えられるだろう。それで満足がいかぬのならば、その時こそ最後の殺し合いを始めればよい。いや、私としては気乗りがしないが、お前たちが望むのならば付き合おう。決着をつけるのはその時でいいのではないかな、ランサー。
Yeah, he would totally disagree with this. You've been dicking with him the whole war, but he will totally agree to follow this plan.
よくはね、そんな回りくどいことをする必要はない。白黒つけるなら今すぐできるだろう。
この状況でか。室内ではお前には不利だろうし、セイバーとて主が気になって戦えまい。これではお前にとって満足のいく戦いとは言えないが。
Someone spits. The other man must have given
い
in.
いさ。なら一つ聞かせろ。聖杯ってのは何だ。あれは残り一人にならなければ現れないものじゃなかったのか。俺たちを呼んだ連中は初めからペテンにかけてたってことか。
いや、事実ではある。 聖杯はサーバントが残り一人にならなければ現れない。だが聖杯を下ろす器は別だ。あれは初めから形あるものとして用意され、聖杯召喚の時まで力を流し込まれていく。
Gee, I wonder what the vessel is.
残るサーバントがあと2人だけという状況ならば、すでに聖杯としての力を持ち始めていよう。そうであろうセイバー。お前とて前回最後まで残ったサーバントだ。アインツベルンの用意した聖杯がどんなものか、うすうす分かっているのではないか。そう、聖杯は常にここにあり、生贄の地で満つる時を待つ。だがそれは虚しいとは思わないか。何も残り一人になるまで付き合うことはない。お前たちの望みを叶えるだけならば、今の状態でも可能だろう。ならばここで意味のない摂取をすることもあるまい。
そうですね。確かに貴様の言い分は正しい。だが、だとしたら貴様は何者だ。貴様の目的は聖杯を手に入れることではないのか。
私は選定役だと言っただろう。ふさわしい人間がいるのならば喜んで聖杯は譲る。そのためにまずはお前の言葉を聞きたいのだ、エミヤシロ。
I'm moving. Someone grabbed my head and jerked me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain.
案ずるな。ただ返事を聞くだけだ。聖杯は求めるものにのみ答える。己のマスターが聖杯にふさわしいかどうか、お前とて興味はあろう。
それは無駄だ。シローは聖杯を欲しがらない。私のマスターはお前のようなゲスではない。
ああ、この男は初めからそう言っていたな。だがそれは本心ではあるまい。あらゆる人間に闇があるよう、この男にも影はある。例えばそう、10年前のあの日、この少年は本当に何も恨まなかったのか。その先にあったものを忘れることで振り払っているのではないか。
No, wait. What the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing
そ
here.
の傷を切開する。さあ、懺悔の時だ、エミヤシロ。
My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. All of them. I was the only one left, lost amidst the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smoldering rubble, crying out from every direction. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I alone continue on. I need help. I need someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking down. Stop. The entire time. There were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. Help! 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 I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those I turned my back on the sounds of those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward, alone, desperate for someone to save me. Wait, wait, wait. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did. So I kept pushing on. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought that I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I sought to escape. And each step was harder than the last as I ignored every step, every plea for help. It would have been easier. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness, so I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth, that I was actually helpless to do anything. Stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just as I wished, I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. Please stop. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many died that they had to hold mass funerals. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for death. I thought, just end it already. Hey, 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 hey. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, but not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No, I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. Return, 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 return. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away, and I ignored those. When I ignored those cries for help, I kept moving forward, void of all reason. No more. Please, please, please. And so, those I could not save past that has passed on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all of that? All I thought about was going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents, I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again. As if I were already dead. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kuretsugu and Mia adopted me, and I was finally happy. And that's why.
間違いだと思ったことが一度もなかったというのかね。
I'm telling you, don't open it! Ugh. Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply doesn't end. My arms and legs are numb. My head burns. I can't breathe. Return, return, return. Their voices continue to echo in my head. I vomit blood. That was because I'm on the brink of death, or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer. My chest hurts. My head hurts. It hurts so much, but I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. I'll continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up. It will swell up and never heal. I'm seeing things. For a moment, I think I see her, but no, she shouldn't be here. Bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay.
深い傷だ。これでは癒されぬままでは苦しかろう。エミヤシロ。お前はそのままで一生を終えるべきではない。
God, this guy's an asshole. I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate.
聖杯などいらんと言ったな。だがどうだ。仮に10年前の出来事をやり直せるとしたら、お前は聖杯を欲するのではないか。あの出来事で失われたもの、すべてを救うのだ。あの事故をなくし、エミやキリツグなどにかかわらず、本来の自分に戻れる。それこそがお前自身を救う唯一の方法ではないのかな。
And do what happened 10 years ago? Remake the person I am now who survived at the cost of everyone else that day? No, even beyond that. If I could make everything as if it never happened and no one would be hurt, why would I shake my head. Fevered as I am, I'm completely unable to think. I reject the idea and the image it raises. I curse this very weakness because it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw at the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too, even if my life was nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned into an empty field many times. I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened the front door that no longer existed. I walked halls that burned to ash years before. And I smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I...
さあ答えよ。お前が望むのならば聖杯を与えよう。
The priest with the miraculous chalice makes his offer. Return, return, return. These voices will go away if I wish for it. Orphan children, if fate had taken even in a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even think about it. I shouldn't need to, so why? No, I can't wish for that. I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. Whatever the Holy Grail is, I'm not going to wish the dead return in order to change the past. You can't change the past. The dead won't come back. What's done is done. I can't wish for that. Tears sting my cheeks. I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time my own conclusion makes me cry. Why is the miracle of wanting ordinary happiness too much to ask for?
それを可能とするのが聖杯だ。万物すべて君の望むままとなる。
So he claims, but I can't agree. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was. Even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Everyone who died screaming in agony. Everyone who risked their lives to help another. Everyone who mourned the fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? The dead wouldn't return. Reality can't be overturned. To continue onward, bearing the weight of all that pain, isn't that the very mark that proves something was there once? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing that left behind. It's the suffering that makes the goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me. And those memories form the pain that eventually intertwines with others. Even though all of that will eventually be forgotten, this path isn't wrong.
そうか。つまり、お前は
I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from this path. For all those who were left behind, who laid it, I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. Though whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad that they seem to accept it without any resentment. That is the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master, her words dying on her lips. This path, everything about me, I don't believe it's wrong. Despite his maimed body, he struggled to even breathe. As he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved. I can't stray from this path, for all those who were left behind, who laid it. Apologizing to those as he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers, her breath quivers. She knows his history. Just as he saw visions of her path, of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. She meant to say, "It's not your fault," but the words died on her lips. If only he could hear it. She wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight. But he denies even that. Hold on a sec. But he denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. Her legs nearly give out beneath her. His words are a greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath, then single-mindedly devote everything to carrying it out. She believes they were similar. How conceited. That was her great mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak.
自らの救いではなく、自らの願いを取ったか。
The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer, as if he's lost interest.
ではお前はどうだ、セイバー。小僧は聖杯などいらぬという。だがお前は違うのではないか。お前の目的は聖杯による世界の救済だ。よもや英霊であるお前まで小僧のようにエゴはかざすまい。
She feels her sense of reason being imperiled. The priest said as he will give her the Grail. He will give her what she desires, her wish granted.
それは
She has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. It is the very reason she became a servant. What Shiro said has no bearing on her own concerns. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, Shiro, the hero of the sword,
では交換条件だ。セイバー、斧が目的のため、その手で自らのマスターを殺せ。その暁には聖杯を与えよう。
I decided that I would do anything for it. His words blindside her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are anathema to everything she believes in and stands for.
どうした？迷うことはあるまい。今の小僧ならば、死んだということにも気がつかないうちに殺せるぞ。第一、もはや助からない命だ。ここでお前が引導を渡してやるのも情けではないかな。
The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt and to her master. She steps into the damp room past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place, to witness his own darkness, but he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. All she must do is swing her sword but one final time. A master and servant are united until they obtain the Grail. She could end it right here.
どうした？何をためらう？聖杯と引き換えなのだぞ。交換条件としては破格だと思うのだが。
And I'm sure you aren't going to do something. The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still, this path isn't wrong. His words refuse to leave her mind.
私は
Though it disgusts her, she knows she's nothing like Shiro. She wants to upend everything. That day, so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly, and the young woman's doubt before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before? I can't stray from this path, for all those who weren't left behind, who laid it. To her, that is the girl who loved her country, the girl named Altria before she was crowned. That is not a kingly heart. Excuse me. A king could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this, even as he suffered. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it that he had said? She could not start over. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or is it to wish for all the death and destruction that had been and to have never happened to begin with?
それは違う
That was a mistake. She was raised to be king. That is how she lived. In that, there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived her life, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste.
そういうことなのですねシロ
Now I'm gonna stab this bitch! And so his anguish cries finally reach her heart. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart. Oh, this must be where this must have been where the bad end would happen. Salvation would come from destroying it all. But if it was undone, if what would happen if what would happen to everything swept aside, and if it was done, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I have stolen so much from many, even their lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to upend the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill the hope, to fulfill what hopes have yet to come true, even to this day. If she is nationless and uncrowned now, perhaps her whip should be for herself. No, she could not make make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision, not once. Even if no one ever understood or accepted her. That choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that she truly believed that when she drew the sword from the stone. That is her answer. Just as she found something to stand by, just as he found something to stand by, so too has she. She pledged once, so long ago, something she swore to herself. He would fight. Even if she loses everything, even if everyone in the world hates her. An oath from a king, a promise to fight against all odds. And so the king protected her country. But the country did not protect the king. And so it was. The ending may have been tragic. But if she is no longer ashamed of the path that led there, she fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, and she saw everything through to the end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want into everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start I did until the very end, even and if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unattainable dream deep within my heart. And it may now end.
聖杯は欲しい。けれど、シローは殺せない。
She turns her sword on her enemy.
なんだと？
わからぬかゲロー。そのようなものより、私はシローが欲しいと言ったのだ。
Now stab the bitch! And that is why my role is set. I will be his sword, and I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her.
聖杯はいらぬというのか、聖。
聖杯が私を汚すものならばいらない。 私が欲しかったものはもうすべて揃っていたのだから。
Stab, stab, stab! Yeah, she has everything she needs. She has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king. Even the precious dream that young girl once held. Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail now says she has no need of such a thing. Saber. I call out to her as loudly as I can and between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can still make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which wouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close?
いますか、シロ。動けるのなら私の手に触れてください。
Yeah, I can do that. I take her hand. Whoa. My vision returns. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus. Saber, is this your...
はい。いかにゲイボルクの呪いといえど、今のシロには通じません。私のそばにいてくれれば、じき感知するでしょう。それより、今は。
Saber turns her gaze to the underground sanctuary. Beyond the door, the last master, Kirei Kotamine, stands at the threshold of the room. Beyond him is Lancer.
そうか。
He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first
お
time.
前たちはつまらない。
The disappointment in his voice is palpable.
これではやはり聖杯は私が預かるしかない。だがそうなると少々手荒い話になる。私の望みを叶えるのであれば聖杯は完全でなければならない。エミやシロ、悪いがお前たちにはここで死んでもらわなくてはならなくなった。
I tried my best to brace myself, but my body won't listen. Even with Saber's hand is in mine, it's all I can do. It's all I can do to just to stand. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber.
心配は無用です、シロ。あなたはここにいてください。あのマスターとランサーは私一人で十分です。
ほう、それは大きく出たな。これは逃げた方が賢明かな、ランサー。
Lancer is silent. Of course, Kotamine doesn't actually sound at all worried. He's just making a show of it.
琴峰と言いましたね。倒す前に聞いておきましょう。あなたの目的は何なのです。聖杯の選定役である身で何を望むというのですか。
さて、言ってしまえば娯楽のためだが、それほど急を要しているわけではなくてね。実を言うとな、セイバー。私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは私の趣味に合っている。私以外
ざれ言を。マスターを殺し自らマスターになった男が何を。貴様は初めから聖杯を手にするつもりだったはずだ。
実を言うとな、セイバー。私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは私の趣味に合っている。私以外にふさわしい持ち主がいないのであればもらい受けてやるのが世のためだろう。なに、ただの拾い物だよ。ランサーのマスターを始末したのは外からの魔術師は何かと厄介だったからだ。 聖杯がああいうものなのだと外部には知られたくないのでね。早めに退場してもらったのだが、せっかくのサーバントを消してしまうのもうまくない。円滑に殺し合いを進めさせる手駒がいるようだったこともあり、少しばかりランサーのマスター権を拝借しただけだが。
The hell? Kotomine became a master by killing Lancers?
そうか。貴様が何者であるかはもう聞かない。だが選定役として責務を果たしてもらうぞ。今回の器、魂の杯はどこにある？
何？まさか知らずにかくまっていたというのか。
He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. Both Saber and Lancer tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above.
さて、お前たちには不要だろうが、紹介ぐらいはしておこう。彼はアーチャーのサーバット。
Yep.
前回の聖杯戦争で私のパートナーだった英霊だよ。
The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, king of heroes. The atmosphere shifts. Kirei Kotomine. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary grounds to stand beside Kotomine.
で、これからどうするのだ、ことみ。このような場所で、しかも邪魔者を交えて決着をつけるのか。お前にしてはあまりいい演出とは言えないな。
それを言うな。私とて予想外なのだ。文句は後で聞いてやるから許せ。
なんだ、承知しているのならばいい。だが、そのヤヒな男はどうにかならんのか。あまり睨まれると殺してしまいそうになるぞ。
Is he talking about me or Lancer?
どういうことだ、ことみね。その男がお前のサーバントだと。
なあ、お前には説明していなかったな。彼は前回の私のサーバントだ。聖杯戦争が終結した後、意見を同じくしてな。彼は私に従い、私も彼がとどまるにふさわしい食事を用意することで、こうして協力関係になったというわけだ。
それがあのいけすかねえ部屋ってわけか。そりゃいいが、なぜ俺に黙っていた？
言う必要があるとでも、それとも何か彼と共同戦線を張りたかったのか、お前は。
Oh no, those two mix like oil and water.
冗談。そんな野郎と手を組むなんざ死んでもお断りだ。
And now there are three of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own, but we can't escape with Lancer around either. Kotomine, you said you didn't know about him.
人聞きが悪いな。私はこれでも神父だぞ。
Except-
虚言など口にできぬよ。
Except you fucking lied out your ass. Huh? You're lying. You said you couldn't ignore a servant from the previous war.
なあ、私とて驚いたのだ。アーチャーには待機を命じていたというのに、指示を破ってお前たちを襲ったのだからな。アーチャーを調べれば、いずれ私に突き当たるのは道理だ。故に、 今後の対策を練らねばならなかった。どうだ、何一つとしてお前を測ってはいまい。
You just omitted the truths. That's pretty much the same as lying, isn't it? God damn it. I blundered right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word.
貴様がアーチャーのマスターだというのか。
そうだ、10年前の再現になったな、セイバー。もっとも、あの時私はすでにキリツグに倒され、最後の場面には立ち会えなかった。お前と顔を合わせるのはこれが2度目で、そして最後になる。
答えろ。アーチャーはなぜ残っている？あの火事はなぜ起きた？キリツグに倒されたというお前はなぜ今も生きている？
Saber's voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. She must also want clarity about what she left behind 10 years ago, and the disaster that followed.
そのようなこと言うまでもなかろう。10年前、不完全ながらも聖杯は満ち、手に取ることが可能だった。私はそれに触れただけだ。キリツグとお前は強力だったのでな。分断させるための目くらましが欲しいと願ったのだが、あのような目くらましが起きるとは私も驚いた。
Yep, he caused the disaster 10 years ago. Wait, that means...
では、あの火災は貴様が聖杯の力で起こしたものだというのか？
さあな、思うのだが、私でなくても聖杯は同じことをしただろう。あれはそういうものだ。万能の杯というが、その中に満ちたものは血と闇と呪いでしかない。お前も見たのだろう。聖杯を破壊した折、そこから溢れ出した闇を。アーチャーはそれを浴びてしまっただけだ。お前が聖杯さえ壊さなければ、アーチャーとてこのように迷いはしなかっただろうよ。
よまいごと。聖杯は持ち主の願いを叶える魔法の鎌だ。ならば、あの火災はお前の願望ではなかったのか？
結果だけはな。だがその過程は私が想像していたものとは違う。私はただ、あの土地から人がいなくなればいいと思っただけだ。そもそも、お前たちは想像力が貧困だぞ。願いが叶う。それはいいが、では願いとはどうやって叶えるのだ？まさか願った瞬間に世界が変わるとでも思っていたのではあるまいな。元の聖杯はどうあれ、今の聖杯は力の渦に過ぎん。精密な計算、相互作用による矛盾の修正など論外だ。あれはな、ただ純粋な力に過ぎん。巨大な兵器と同じだ。持ち主が富を願えば周囲の人間をことごとく殺害し、主人に幸福を与える。わかるか？あの底なしの魔力の鎌はな、持ち主の願いを破壊という手段でしか叶えられぬ欠陥品なのだ。
それでは話が違う。万能の力、持ち主の望み通りに世界を変革するのが聖杯ではなかったのか？
違うものか。聖杯の手段は実に理にかなっている。人を生かすということは人を殺すということだろう。この世は全て等価交換によって成り立っている。 その中で突出した出来事を望むのならば、何かを食いつぶして飛び上がるしかあるまい。調和など気にしていては願いなど叶わぬ。つまりは弱者からの略奪による変動だ。それこそが最も効率の良い変革だろう。
I can only imagine what Saber must feel. If what Kotamine says is true, this is not the Holy Grail she wanted. It's merely power to fuel the possessor's wish. It grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else. So that is the true face of the supposed omnipotent power.
ならば聖杯というのは
持ち主以外のものを排除する、この上ない毒の壺だ。お前も見ればわかる。あれはな、際限のない呪いの塊だ。そしてそれは私にとっても喜ばしい。
Yep, he is that kind of piece of shit.
聖杯に触れるのは聖職者の夢だがね。人を殺すためだけの聖杯が存在し、ましてそれを扱えるなど、まさに天上の夢でも見ているかのようだ。
The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the Grail.
ではお別れだ。ゴミを始末しろ。ランサーは小僧、アーチャーはセイバーだ。
The priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move from my injuries. Is Kotamine is to servants, and Saber standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. A tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're to have any hope of getting back to the surface. But I don't care about defeating them. If we could regroup somehow, maybe, but...
シロ
Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the
無
enemy.
理を承知でいます。決して私のそばから離れないでください。
She grips my hand firmly in her own. I can tell she's ready to go at any moment. All right, I'll do my best to follow you, so don't worry about me. I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand that just how bad this is. But Saber is telling me she will do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree?
信頼しています。
Her voice is quiet and firm. At that moment, she let go of my hand and charged to charge ahead. Both shadows react to her in an instant. Saber and I struck dumb. Just what happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a longsword as he had expected. Heel turn arc! Heel turn arc! W Lancer!
悪いな、手元が狂った。
そうか。随分と軽い槍なのだな、貴様のそれは。
Both men withdraw, unhurried and unconcerned.
言っておくが、貴 貴様の標的はあの雑種だ。セイバーは俺に任されたものだと覚えているか？
Yeah, but I decided not to work with you, prick.
ああ、それね。悪いが気が変わった。霊樹で命令されたわけじゃねえしな。俺は降ろさせてもらうぜ。
As he says this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh, almost as if protecting us.
ランサー、あなたは。
くだらねえことなら口にするな。別に貴様に肩入れしているわけじゃない。俺は俺の心情に肩入れしてるだけなんだからよ。
Lancer leaves his spear levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go.
な、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を聞くほどよくできた人間じゃねえってことだ。奴とは。
では契約を切るということか。聖杯は目の前だというのに、貴様はこのまま消えても構わんのだ。
な、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を聞くほどよくできた人間じゃねえってことだ。奴とはここで縁切りだな。てめえと一緒にするな。もとよりな、俺は二度目の生なんぞに興味はない。いや、英雄なんて連中はな、どいつもこいつもそんなものに興味はねえんだ。俺たちはこの世に固執してるんじゃない。果たせなかった未練に固執するのみだ。
W. Lancer!
まあ、てめえみてえに欲の皮が突っ張った怨霊にはわからないだろうがな。
なるほど。死に際が鮮やかだった男は言うことが違う。この裏切りも英雄の誇りとやらに沿ったものか。まったく己が信念を貫くのは厳しいな、ランサー。
The air behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind him.
ランサー、あれはあらゆる宝具の原型を持つもの。我らの中で最も古い歴史を持つ英雄王です。いくらあなたでも1対1では。
そうかい。なるほど。道理で偉そうなわけだ。やりたい放題やって国を滅ぼしたって野郎だからな。そりゃ少年が腐ってる。
Yeah, really.
ランサー、強がりを言っている場合では。
いいからさっさと失せろ。助言なんざしやがって何様のつもりだ。かばった程度で仲間意識持ちやがって。たく、これだから育ちのいい騎士様ってのは気に食わねえ。
In his own way, Lancer's urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment.
ご分もこの恩は必ず。
By stabbing! Taking my hand, she takes for the stairs.
しまった。逃がしてしまったか。
Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow.
なんだ、セーバーはてめえの獲物じゃなかったのかよ。
いいや、実はな、俺もこのような決着は好みではなかったのだ。貴様がやらなければ俺が同じことをしていただろう。
We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing, as we don't move very fast. The pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care how slowly we're moving, as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The high tension and sense of impending violence grows.
どういうことだ を逃がすつもりだったのか。
当然だろう。俺にセイバーを殺す気はない。あれは俺のものだ。だが聖杯を呼ぶためにはそういうわけにもいかん。儀式の完成にはあと一人、サーバントに死んでもらわなければならぬから。
A multitude of swords appear as in the darkened basement. The Golden Knight smirks. This was why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally.
初めからそのつもりかよ。てめえ。
言ったであろう。貴様がしなければ俺がそうするつもりだ。褒めてやるぞ、フーフーリ。これは俺にとって理想の展開だ。
The two come together. We make it out just before I see the initial volley. I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit.
シロ、ここで休みましょう。これ以上はあなたの体が持たない。
How do you change so quickly? Yeah, I hate that I'm causing you so much trouble. I lean away from Saber's shoulders and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. I feel sick. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive.
シロ、傷を見せてください。
Oh, okay.
では失礼します。少し痛みますが、耐えてください。
Saber's fingers trail over my chest. And then... I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand on my chest and lets it sink into my body. My entire body jerks and buckles in response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. Idiot, what are you? She's touching my organs with her bare hands. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but... Huh? There's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches feels like the pain is fading.
終わりました、シロ。鞘に魔力を補充しましたから、半日もすれば傷は癒えるでしょう。
She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved. Sheath? I have no idea what she's talking about. Saber, what do you mean by sheath? You mentioned it before, but are you talking about your sheath? Saber's sheath. It has to be Excalibur's sheath. Invisible air isn't her sheath. The legendary sheath of Excalibur is a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. But she doesn't have it. King Arthur died in the Battle of Cumlin because that sheath was lost. So there's no way Saber has Excalibur's sheath right now.
はい。私の鞘はあなたの体の中にあります。それを確信したのが昨夜というのは私の落ち度でしたが。
Yep, that's why we could survive all that shit. Inside me? That sounds kind of absurd.
そうでしょうか。思えば簡単なことだったのです。シロは私を召喚した。今までそれを偶然だと考えたことが愚かでした。 英霊を呼ぶには英霊にゆかりがあるシンボルがなければならない。マスターとしての知識もなく魔術師としても未熟だったシローが私を呼ぶにはそれを補ってあまりある接点がなければならない。それが私の鞘、失われたエクスカリバーの鞘だったのです。
Well, that might be true, but why is something like that inside me?
それはおそらくキリツグが行ったことでしょう。前回の戦いでエミやキリツグはエクスカリバーの鞘を触媒にして私を召喚した。聖剣の鞘は持ち主の傷を癒す宝具です。キリツグはそれを私に返すより自身が持っていた方が有利と判断したのでしょう。私には治癒能力があるし死ににくい。それより死にやすいマスターが鞘を持つ方が戦いには勝ち残れる。
So my old man survived the war pretty much the same way I've been surviving.
おそらくは。そして戦いが終わり私が消えた後、キリツグは焼け跡の中をさまよい死にかけている子供を見つけた。キリツグには治療の力はありませんでしたし、あったところで手の施しようがなかったのでしょう。だからその子供を助ける手段は彼には一つしかなかったと思うのです。
My hand goes to my chest. On that day, 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at the sky. My whole body was burned. Maybe I really was as little more than cinders. So when Kuretsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing he had with him. The sacred sword sheath, said to protect the possessor's life. By implanting the sheath in me, he saved the child who was on the verge of death. Are you saying...
はい。分解され、原型をとどめてはいませんが、確かにシローの中には鞘があります。それがあなたの治癒能力の源です。
So that's what he was forcing me to eat in the hospital. But I almost died when Lancer stabbed me at school, and that's right. Someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there. Just a piece of rock lying next to me. You know what? I never thought of this before. Maybe her gem, maybe Rin's gem, the one she used to bring us back to life, didn't actually bring us back to life, but it's like didn't actually save us, but charged the sheath and caused us to heal and started the healing process. I didn't think of that the first time I played through this. I felt that was really important, and so I thought, so I brought it at home. I wonder if it's still there.
それは私と契約する前の話でしょう。鞘は私の宝具です。私が限界し、魔力を注がなければ宝具としての能力を発揮しない。シローは私というサーバントと契約しなければその不死身性を得られないのです。
Okay, fair there, but probably still charge the thing. I imagine the thing was running on practically nothing for the past 10 years.
まあ多少は魔力さえ注げば持ち主の命を保護するでしょう。ですがそれも微弱なものです。死にかけた人間を救うには鞘そのものと同化させるしかなかったはずです。
I see. Sorry, Saber, I feel bad for using your sheath for myself.
何を言うのです。 シローは私のマスターなのですから、私のものを使うのは当然ではないですか。それにシローがそうなのだと知って私は嬉しかった。何も守れなかった私でもあなたの命を救えていたのですから。
Her smile is so bright, I can't help but look away.
傷が痛むのですか。
No, that's not it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong. I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain, but this is very awkward. I'm not sure how much time has passed. Just as I start to calm down, Saber speaks
キ
quietly.
リツグは正しかった。彼は私を裏切ってなどいなかったのですね。
Her voice is heavy with regret. Saber?
あの聖杯は私の求めるものではなかった。いえ、元より聖杯など必要ではなかったのです。キリツグはそれに気がついていたのでしょう。
It sounds more like a confession. Saber is making an apology to someone and she can't apologize to. Not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feelings she held for so long. Even if she doesn't say it in so many words, I understand just by being beside her. Altria sought the Holy Grail, a lonely king who had but to believe that without the Holy Grail, she could not avoid ruin. If only. She wished to redo everything from the moment she drew the sword from the stone. Saber, that's...
やり直しなんてできないのだと。私はそれを知りながら必死に自身を偽り続けてきたのです。
But that ends here. Her long battle can now really...
ありがとう、シロ。あなたのおかげでようやく取るべき道が分かりました。
I don't remember the CG. Is this a new thing?
あの聖杯もこの私もありえてはいけない夢だったのです。
But still, she mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and in all that time, she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now and accepts the end that awaits her. Now, Saber she has decided to follow the promise she made until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will never waver again. And she is more beautiful than ever. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her from the very beginning. And then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there is only one thing to be done. Saber, let's destroy the Holy Grail. I cut away any lingering attachment, and I banish my selfishness and say what has to be done.
はい。あなたならそう決断すると信じていました。マスター。
We're gonna stab a cup! Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. I'm trying my best to suppress my feelings for her and convince myself that this is the right thing to do. I'm sure that someday I'll be proud she trusted me with this decision. I stand up. Now that's settled, I can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done, and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today we put an end to this battle. I managed to make it home, leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip. I curse my body for refusing to listen to me, even though I know what I need to do now.
シロ、何か今、よからぬことを考えませんでしたか?
No, I wasn't thinking about anything.
まったく、あまり無茶を言うと怒りますからね。戦いは傷が完治してからです。最後の戦いになるのですから、お互い万全の体制で臨みましょう。
Yeah, we're better off preparing ourselves. We're better off preparing ourselves than getting impatient. I'm thinking about where Kotamine went, about how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. At that moment, my mind freezes. There's nobody inside. The house feels different. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I just pick out the strong scent of blood. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chill running down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from another. And the scene that greets me is anything but familiar. I just remembered this was a thing. Tosaka. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. All that I know is that Tosaka is looking at me, breathing weakly.
やっと帰ってきた。まったく、もうちょっとで寝ちゃうところだったじゃない。バカ。
What the hell is she saying? It looks like she's really struggling to even to speak. She must, but she tries to make conversation like nothing's wrong. What? Don't talk, you idiot! Damn, we need to stop the bleeding. Saber, get some towels and a wash bin with warm water from the bathroom. Saber nods and turns to run into the bathroom. Bandages. I need bandages. Some septic. I don't think the septic will be enough for this. Damn it, I need a doctor. I need to call a doctor to treat her. I panic as I pull out the first aid kit.
いい。手当ては自分でしたから、医者はいらない。それより、もっと大事なことがあるでしょ。
Okay. Tosaka is panting. She looks straight at me. Tosaka? I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod and listen to what she has to say. Are you sure you're going to be okay? There's so much blood.
一度目ぐらい自分でできる。それより、ごめん。留守を任されてたのに、私、イリアを守れなかった。
Huh? I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, the living room in disarray, and Ilia gone. Did Kotamite come here? She nods. He's the one enemy left. So there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotamine was our enemy. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The seventh master is her teacher and guardian. Don't apologize. Even you couldn't have been able to do something, wouldn't have been able to do something in an ambush. I know that whatever you did, you always, whatever you said, you always trusted Kotomine.
そうね、正直甘く見てた。自分一人でもなんとかなるってうぬぼれてたみたい。
She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her keep talking. Let's talk later. Just don't move. We'll get you treated, then you can rest up.
お願い。けどその前に伝えておかないとダメっぽい。いいシロ。これが最後の助言だからきちんと聞きなさい。
You make the worst tea! No, I'm kidding. That's ominous, but I just nod. This is serious, especially if she is so insistent on telling me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to.
まず一つ目。琴峰の目的はイリアよ。あの子が後悔の聖杯の器だって、あいつは初めから知ってたんでしょうね。
What? Ilia's the Holy Grail?
正確にはあの子の心臓ね。魔術師っていうのは魔術回路を持った人間だけど、イリアは魔術回路を人間にした子なの。
Yep.
サーバントが残り一人になった時、あの子自体が聖杯を下ろす器になると思う。
Then Kotomine's taken Ilia to...
持っていかれたわ。でも、セイバーがまだ健在なら道は開かない。琴峰だって器になるイリアをどうにかしようなんて考えないはず。
I can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. Even if he couldn't beat Gilgamesh, he might at least be able to run away. I just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway. Got it. I'll go save Ilia, so don't worry.
そう。じゃあ二つ目。琴峰の居場所だけど、きっと竜道寺だと思う。聖杯の高齢場所として、あそこ以上の場所はないもの。教会はもう引き払ってるだろうし、隠れてるとしたらあの寺だから。
Got it. Kotomine's at Ryoto Temple. She doesn't even seem to have strength to move her head. But she nods anyway.
最後。あなたじゃ綺麗にはかなわない。それでも戦う。
That's why we employ the stabby stab! That question. She's not asking as a friend, but as a mage who truly understands the situation. Just checking. I don't think this leads to a thing. No, it doesn't. We can answer anything here. We can ask anything here. Is there a method? Do you have something in mind? I'm going to settle things with Kotomine. Even if I don't have a chance of winning, I can't run away. But if Tosaka has a plan, I'll hear her out, no matter what it is.
残念ながら。けど、選別をあげる。ご信用のものだけど、何もないより役に立つわ。
Tosaka reaches behind her and pulls out a single dagger. Yeah, Tosaka, Rin's on my level. We stabby stab. This is a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous. It's used for a ritual rather than it's used for rituals rather than for battle. It's a magical wand that's shaped in the shape of a sword, used to form a magic circle, then intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The word Azoth is engraved in the jewel on the handle. Its blade isn't as long as a typical dagger, but it probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyway. This is the Azoth blade, a sword favored by the famous scholars of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. I think Azoth is Hebrew for life. It is meant for mages to prove that their training is complete. Okay, I'm being called to supper, so I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back. An extension might not actually be necessary, depending on how the game just crashed on me. The game just crashed as I was going to click on it. At least I saved. As I was saying, an extension may not be necessary. Because I doubt we're finishing this in an hour. It is meant for mages to prove that their training is complete. The Azoth blade is unlike any sort of gift one receives from getting into college. Tosaka, what is this? Azoth blade, user Rin Tosaka, a weapon that Rin treasures. The Azoth blade, it is not a cutting tool, but a wand to amplify its user's magical energy, and assists magecraft. It is a popular implement within the Mages Association. The teachers and parents give it as a gift give it as a gift at coming-of-age ceremonies. It is modeled after a dagger favored by the man who laid down the foundation for modern alchemy. She hands me the dagger. Excuse me. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy, rather I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger. Tosaka, are you sure about loaning this to me?
勝てないって分かって最後まで隠し通したんだから。このまま使わないのも尺だし、あんたが使って。
Stabby stab! Okay, I'll take it. Honestly, more weapons can't hurt.
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。ならもういいかな。いい加減もう眠くて眠くて。
She laughs, embarrassed. The next thing I know, Saber is standing behind me, waiting to treat Tosaka. Yeah, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up in the morning. Then I'll make you a nice big meal.
そうする。最後に、これは忠告じゃなくて命令。
Stabby stab! That's the order!
シロ、やるからには死んでも勝ちなさい。私が起きた時、あんたがくたばってたら許さないから。
If you die, I'll kill you. She looks like she said everything she wants to say. And so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough. So I feel a little bit stupid for worrying about her. But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me. Yeah, leave it to me, Tosaka. I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything's all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret with my wound while my wounds heal. Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. I treat Tosaka's wounds and take her to her room to rest, while I make dinner and eat with Saber in silence. Just a little longer. Most of my wounds are healed. We only have about an hour or two left. In the meantime, I don't think this means anything, but I'm going to check. It actually does matter. It's a good thing I checked. It does matter. What did it say? Yeah, if I spend time in a report, it's going to lead to a bad ending. We're going to have a strategy meeting. Oh, that's right. There's only one thing to do. We've always done it this way. So we should do the same right to the end. It's not romantic and it's not elegant, but sitting across from each other and coming up with a plan of action suits me and Saber best.
シロ、対策を練るのはいいのですが、何もここでなくとも良いのではないですか?
Actually, it has to be here. Let's go in. I have something in mind.
ああ、シロがそういうのでしたら従いますが。
Saber reluctantly follows into the shed. Okay, now. There's a reason I had Saber go inside the shed. Right now, we have neither a plan nor the means to defeat Gilgamesh. So it goes without saying that we need something extra. So, yeah, this leads to the same bad end as before. So I'm not going to save here. We return the sheath to Saber. I should return the sheath to its rightful owner. I don't know if it'll work, but I'll have to try. But Saber did manage to put her hand into my body to check whether the sheath was there. So it's probably not that impossible to extract. I do. The sheath was yours to begin with, so returning it to you just makes sense. Plus, with that, you might have a better chance of beating him.
確かに、サヤが戻れば私の魔力も上がります。ですが、それでもギルガメッシュに勝てる保証はありません。それに、サヤを摘出してしまったら、シロはどうするのです。サヤを取ってしまえば、もう。
I will no longer have it up my ass? Yes, Saber. That's kind of the point. Okay, no. Obviously, without the sheath, I'll no longer heal so rapidly from whatever injury I might sustain. But that's normal. I've relied on this regeneration too much. Nobody should be immortal. I shouldn't keep it anymore. Take the sheath, Saber. This is absolutely what we need to win. Saber bites her lip, not answering. I'm not sure how long this moment stretches out between us. The clouds in the sky drift away, and as the moonlight starts to shine through the window.
わかりました、マスター。あなたの心をお借りします。
I will do it through your rectum! Saber nods, her hesitation gone.
それでは始めます。準備はいいですか、シロ。
Yeah, don't hesitate. Just go ahead. Then bend over, bitch! Saber begins. Her hand presses against my chest. And sinks in. My job here is simple. The process of extracting the sheath is similar to projection. The sacred sword sheath has integrated itself throughout my body. I just have to collect all the dispersed bits of it and reform them into the sheath. This is all just my impression of what's going on, though. I may say I'm reforming it into the sheath, but I'm just gathering the waves of magical energy. Saber is the one who will give it shape. She, the original owner, forms the shapeless bundle of magical energy into the sheath itself. I'm just helping her. It's like making something from nothing. The scattered pieces of the sacred sword sheath are reproduced with the precision and painstaking care, without a single error. My body grows hot. Projection is way beyond my means. It eats away at my body every time I use it. It destroys my nerves, burns my skin, and even has the power to cripple my brain. But it's the only weapon I have, and it could be the one thing that might help Saber. I think back to when I saw her in my dreams. The golden sheath, fit for the king of night to carry into battle. the legendary sheep that protected its owner and led her to so many victories. I reproduce it vividly, without deviation, and and as beautiful as it ever was, even though that's not the sheath we're trying to imagine here. And no matter the end waiting us, I won't ever forget this. I will engrave this image in my mind. I hear Saber's voice. I feel something that was within me for the longest time escape from my body.
すごい。見事です、シロ。ここまで完璧に戻せるなんて他の誰にもできません。
It must have come out great, as Saber is so related it surprises me. My body is still so searing hot as I topple face first onto the ground.
シロ、すごい汗です。今拭くものを持ってきます。
Saber hurries back towards the house. As I listen to her footsteps, I take a deep breath. I think that turned out great. It was perfect. I don't think anything else I project will ever turn out so perfect. See ya. Thanks for everything. I bid farewell to the thing that had been part of me for so long. The golden sheath that protected her. I will never ever forget it. Though it's left my body, its form has been forever engraved into my heart. The moon hangs high in the sky. The clouds have finally cleared, and the black of night is giving way to indigo. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I travel to our destination.
シロ、これは。
This is where we perform the stabby stab. I hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I quietly nod, I feel the cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine, stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp.
マナの密度が高い。10年前と同じです。おそらく上ではもう。
The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun. Maybe it's even over by now. Either way, Gilgamesh has probably defeated Lancer. Let's go over it one more time, Saber. Once we reach the top, the only thing left will be the fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, I'll take care of the Master, Kotomine. Neither of us will get involved in each other's fight. If one of us defeats their opponent, that'll be the end of us. That'll be the end of it.
今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。それに、琴峰はあなたが倒すべき敵だ。
Stabby stab! Right, yeah, leave him to me. And Saber, don't let him beat you.
はい。誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。サーバントとしてではなく、英霊としてかの王に膝を屈することはできません。
There is no longer hesitation and a worry in her voice. I don't need to say anything else to her. We will head to battle and determine the final master in this war. But if, in the process, if one of us dies, the survivor just has to kill their opponent. Even if I'm defeated, so as long as Saber defeats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't get his hands on the Holy Grail. At the same time, if Saber is defeated by Kotomine, Gilgamesh can't stay manifested. So we don't have to cover for each other. This battle is now each of ours alone. And so we climb the stone steps. The closer we get to the temple, the denser the air gets. Sweat trickles down my back. An ominous premonition creeps over me. At the top of the stone staircase, our greatest enemies await us. But I don't really care about that. We go up the stairs, closer and closer to the temple gate. Everything will be over. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. The endless but fleeting days of fighting will finally be over, and Saber will disappear from the world. She'll return to her time where she belongs, and I can't say I don't have any regrets. I'm going to lose Saber. I'm going to lose the person I vowed to protect, the person I most want to be happy. Even now, I don't know just how painful that will be. For now, we're still walking together, and I can feel her presence. I'm not prepared to lose her, even if I knew a few days before. Even if, from the moment we met, I knew we would eventually part ways. Thinking back, we made so many memories. We walked together some nights, fought together some nights. At first, we did everything I could to prevent Saber, a girl, from fighting. She also kicked my ass in the dojo. I also slept in the shed because I was too embarrassed to sleep in a room right next to hers. We ate lunch together. Saber liked baths. She liked my cooking, liked the closed-toe sock I brought her, and she had incoherent conversations with Fujini. She pushed herself, shouldered all the burdens herself, and finally collapsed when we explored the depths of our hearts in the ruins. Things took a turn after that. I couldn't stop thinking about Saber. My purpose for fighting changed, and I realized I loved her. How can I lose someone like that? Saber doesn't say anything. I can't think of anything to say either. Once we've climbed the stairs and reached the top, there'll be nothing for us to talk about. A little while later, I'll lose Saber and have to say goodbye. But this is the only time we have to say goodbye. We climb the stairs. If I want to avoid saying goodbye, I just have to chatter about insignificant stuff like before. For example, let's go to town when we go home. What should we eat for breakfast tomorrow? Insignificant stuff. I can't even seem to do that, though. Because whatever I say, those could end up being our last words. A clear end. Neither Saber or I could say a clear goodbye. And now we're at the temple gate. This is my last chance. If we proceed, it'll all be over. If we go back, maybe I can think of something that would stop me from losing her. Saber. I stop and turn to Saber. She is the same as ever. Her face is composed, but her eyes seem tense. She is trying to hold something in. The moment I see those eyes, I'm assailed by temptation on all sides. Temptation to run away. Temptation to turn back so I don't lose her. Temptation to tell her what I really want, assured she'll accept. My resolve wavers. The temptations are begging, itching to be voiced. I bite my tongue. Let's go. This will be our final battle. I tell her, just like usual, as her master. Saber nods silently. I see the strength in her eyes, full of resolve as they always are. I won't make any requests. The same way she believes in me, I'm going to believe I made the right choice. I cross the threshold of the temple gate. Hey Kakarot, welcome Kakarot, welcome to the stream. How's your day? This is the Fate route. We're basically at the end of the Fate route. Hey, it's me, Goku. Well, don't go throwing any Kamehamehas. I want this channel to live. There's no turning back now. I can't say anything. Not that I could say what I really wanted anyway. But I want to at least believe that this frustrated silence managed to convey my feelings. That's good. We finished climbing the long stone stairs. This is our final memory of our time together on this earth. The summit is bathed in a crimson glow. The wind whips at my face, seeming to come from that red light somewhere at the rear of the temple grounds. The air is heavy with death. It reminds me of that fire 10 years ago. But it's different. Bound up in the red light, I spy something that looks like it's going to ooze out over the temple itself. It's out past the building. A glistening blackness like mucus spreads over the vivid red. The mud spreads like oil over the clear ground. It oozes over the ground, contaminating it, killing everything it touches. It's like a visible curse. Even a mage like me, in training as I am, understands that stuff only acts on the human psyche and will only swallow human bodies.
来たか。待ちわびたぞ、セイバー。
Then you don't have to worry about spoilers. I'm as blind as a bat in this specific route, since the anime, this route that is kind of bad, and I'm too lazy to read it. It runs yapping for like 2 hours. I personally enjoyed the Fate anime. The original Fate anime. It's what made me. It's what made me a fan. Gilgamesh stands there, hollowed by the vivid red glow. He pays no mind to the blood-red glow or the death-shroud blackness. The servant armored in gold waits in the middle of the temple grounds for Saber and Saber alone.
頃合いも良い。聖杯もようやく重い腰を上げ、穴が開いたところだ。この呪いこそが聖杯の中。我らサーバントをこの世に留める第三要素。10年前、お前が俺に浴びせたものだ。
Gilgamesh has eyes only for Saber. Saber is similarly focused on him. He steps forward and points his sword at the knight, and she steps forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her.
ギルガメッシュ、あなたの目的は何だ？あの呪い、聖杯と偽っていたものを使って何を望む？
望みなどないと言っただろう。乙女が聖杯をどう扱おうと俺は知らん。今のところ俺の関心はお前だけだ。
As if to answer, the Golden Knight raises one arm. At the same time, a shimmering haze forms behind him. The king's treasure, hundreds of noble phantasms, are readied in that haze, like bullets it's loaded into a gun.
ようやくこの時 セイバー。嫌がるお前をどう組み伏せ、あれを飲ませるか。
Ew!
泣きむせる顔を踏みつけ、その体を染め抜くほどの泥を飲ませ、もだえ死ぬに耐えきれず俺の足元にすがりつく。その汚れ切った姿をな。
Well, it's UBW for me, but that's pretty valid. But even so, Fey Route need it's a remake. Besides, it would be cool to see this masterpiece in current animation styles. Word, I totally get you. Now that they've adapted now that they've adapted the Unlimited Blade Works into its own anime, and the Heavens Feel route into a series of movies, they should like redo the Fate route. Because like the anime, the Fate route like mixed various elements from the other two routes.
よく言った。ならばその身が同じ末路をたどろうと異論はないな、英雄王。
She takes another step. Saber walks right into range of all those noble phantasms. This isn't a battle I can help with. No ordinary human could step up into this battle between Saber and Gilgamesh.
それでこそセイバー。俺には勝てないと知った上でなおその気概。宴の終わりを飾るにふさわしいな。邪魔はいらぬ。そこの雑種、琴峰に用があるのなら早々に消えろ。奴は祭壇で貴様を待ってる。
Well, thanks for the follow, Kakarot. See, that would be cool. Besides Rin got a series, Sakura got 3 movies. Then it would only be fair if Saber got her chance. Yeah. Kodamine's waiting. I glance at Saber. She gives a slight nod, her eyes still on Gilgamesh. As I leave, I feel her wishing me luck. I turn around. My opponent is elsewhere. Behind me. As I run, I hear the sounds of Saber's deadly battle beginning. Deep in the grounds, behind Ryoto Temple's main building is a large lake. It's been untouched for a long time, making it seem sacred, like it's inhabited by a dragon god. The lake's clear blue water is so pure and clean, with not a trace of cloudiness. At least that was true until yesterday. The lake is far from pure now. Red phosphorescence spreads out before me. It is a sea of dark, murky tar, and... Kodamine, you have to take off the clothes! Goddamn pervert. A hollow chasm yawns in midair, the body of a young girl floating near an offering. Oh, yeah, they're playing the menu music right now. Kotomine? I've been trying to remain calm all this time, but that sight drives me over the edge. I stop and glare at the enemy.
よく来たな、エミヤシロ。最後まで残ったただ一人のマスターよ。
Must stab. The end of his lips curl up in a smile, and he spreads his arms in greeting. Our final battle will be fought here. This will be the summoning altar in this Holy Grail war. That is like a meme. Put down Ilya. I'll thrash you I'll thrash you after that. We're about 10 meters apart. As soon as I take another step, the battle will begin. I don't know what kind of mage Kotamine is, but he likely uses projectile weapons like Tosaka. On the other hand, my only option is to get in close and punch him in the face. And stab. Even Tosaka's dagger concealed, with Tosaka's dagger concealed behind me, I still need to get close. I think that fake priest is taunting me for some reason. I mean, fair. I guess the 10 meters apart social distancing. I mean, if anything can count as a pandemic, I would think black mud spreading would count. But before that, I need to do something about Ilya. Hey, did you hear me? I told you to put Ilya down. What kind of scum are you, taking pleasure in tormenting a child like her?
気持ちはわかるが、それはできない相談だな。聖杯は現れたが、その穴は未だ不安定だ。接点である彼女には命の続く限り耐えてもらわねば、私の願いは叶わない。
As long as her life lasts, then Ilya is still alive. If you have no intention of bringing her down, then I'll make you. I'm going to stop your wish. It's this dark mud right here, right now.
なるほど。お前にはこれが私の望みに見えるわけか。さすがは規律の息子だ。よもや2代にわたって思い違いを続けるとは。
What?
この泥は私の手によるものではない。これは聖杯より溢れる力、本来は万能であるはずの無色の力だ。
Yep.
それを黒く染めるなど人の力ではできん。この聖杯はな、初めからこうなのだ。開けてしまえば最後、際限なく溢れ出し最悪を巻き起こす。それがこの聖杯の正体だ。
And you know what? With the official the official release of this this game, this is actually a pretty pretty good time to remake the Fate Route anime. Capitalize on that type, Moon.
この中にはあらゆる悪性、人の世を分け隔てなく呪うものが詰まっている。それを操ることなど誰にもできん。
What is he talking about? If that's true, he didn't become a master because he had a wish to fulfill, but instead just so he could open this thing? Kotamine, what is your wish? I grit my teeth and glare at him. He smiles wider.
そうだな。強いて言うならば娯楽だよ。
It's such a simple answer. What?
わからないのか。例えば音楽だ。歌を楽しいと思うのはなぜだと思う。エミヤシロ。
I mean, I can't imagine who wouldn't. Eh? What the hell?
では本はどうだ。物語が人を引きつけるのはなぜだと思う。
He's a sadistic masochist, Shiro. Just take a knife and do a stab. Yes, stabby stab. Must stabby stab. Also, yeah, I can get into books, but I tend to lose myself up in the pages a lot. Not like lose myself in the story, but I tend to lose my place a lot. And so when I'm reading longer stories, it kind of gets real difficult for me. Well, I've never thought about that sort of thing before.
そう考えるまでもないあらゆる娯楽人間を喜ばせるものそれらが楽しいのは単に人間が作ったものだからよいかあらゆる創造物は人間の内より生じるものつまるところこの世で最も愉快なものとは人間に他ならないむき出しの人間こそが最高の娯楽となるそれに比べれば彼らが生み出す娯楽など二次的なものだそう音楽も物語も愛憎も憐憫も信頼も裏切りも道徳も背徳も幻想も真実も全て抱きすべき不純物に過ぎそのようなもの所詮は残りかすに過ぎぬ二流の娯楽
Yeah, he's a bit off his rocker.
私が楽しみたいのは人間そのものでなそのような余分なものなどもはや口に合わんそのためには営みなどという贅肉はそぎ落とさなければならない走馬灯というものがあるそれと同じだ人間は死の瞬間にのみ価値がある生存という助走距離を持って高く飛び空に届き尊く輝くものその瞬きこそが私の望みだそれがお前の求めた質問の答えだお前たちが平穏を糧にするようにこの実は星の光を食べて生きている
Seeing the priest give such a sermon, his arms spread wide, is strange to say the least. A chill runs down my back, but not from what he said. Seeing him like that, talking about human beings and seeming somehow sacred and is what's giving me chills. So you're saying
10年前の火災は悪くなかった小規模ではあったが通常ではありえない刺激に満ちていたからそう私が望むものなどその程度だあのような地獄にこそ魂の炸裂人における最高のきらめきがあるそれはお前自身も体験したことではないかエミヤシロ
No, I didn't mute Shiro's voice. It's just for some reason he's not voiced. Unless there's something I'm missing. I should actually put this on. Oh, he is voiced? God damn it! I've been reading him the whole time! I'm gonna have to go through this route all over again. Well, saving that just to save the setting. Oh no, wait. Not that. I thought it was weird he wasn't voiced.
なんだってそんな。だってことにね。お前の望みは何だ？
His voice was even muted during the prologue for some reason. I guess that was part of the update. But yeah, we're running in with that just to give me that little much less to read. I mean, read out loud. Bullshit. That day. How could he ever describe the hell of that day like that?
いびつな形ではあるが、私ほど人間を愛している者はいない。故に、私ほど聖杯にふさわしい人間もいまい。
The priest smiles, pleased with himself. Is he saying that he thinks all the people dying helplessly was wonderful, was a wonderful, beautiful thing?
そういうことか。
I focus on my feet. Every muscle in my legs tense, ready to break into a sprint.
つまり、殺していいんだな、てめえ!
Stabby stab! I surge forward as fast as I can. He's a little less than 10 meters away. If I just head straight at him, I can... I throw myself sideways. I want to just kill him. But my instincts kick in, saving me from death. I go tumbling across the ground, and scrambling to look up. I glance back where I'd just been running. The ground is on fire. The dark mud spreading all over the lake is streaming. Is steaming. Streaming. You can't blame me for that, fumble. Water, stream. Stabby stab, stabbing the stab. The stabby, yes. It's like a dark carpet. Mud coils and lunges at me, snapping like a whip. It leaves a searing welt on the ground.
言い忘れていたが、すでにお前は私の射程に入っている。加えてこれは生き物に敏感でな。動き回るのは勝手だが、不用意に動くと死ぬぞ。
Then we need acid rounds, and it's good against living things. I leap out of the way and the black mud as it strikes at me once again. To hell with darting around blithely. This bastard is intent on killing me. I reposition myself, keeping an eye on the lake. I'm no closer to Kotamine. Looks like he's gonna keep me 10 meters away. That muddy tentacle seems to be able to stretch endlessly. It follows no matter how far I retreat, and it's not the only one. I just had a flash of Dio there. Oh, you're approaching me. Welcome to the stream. It's your favorite Grail Mud and Kotamine from Fuyuki City. Now we are going to beat this orphan boy with the red hair.
人を背中から襲ったやつがな、そんな言葉を吐くんじゃない。
He's probably remembering what happened with Lancer when I say that. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, wait, I'm gonna do it. Is it a JoJo reference?
そうだったな。お前にはあれで愛想が尽きている。これ以上先延ばしにする必要はない。正直に言うとな、エミヤシロ。私はお前に期待していたのだ。リンがお前を教会に導いたより運命すら感じた。お前があの男の息子と分かり、内面まで似通っていると知った時の喜びなど分かるまい。
You heard it here, folks. You heard it right here. Kotomine was gay for Kiritsugu.
10年前に叶わなかった望み、エミヤキリツグという男にこうしてもう一度引導を渡せるとは思わなかった。
He was sporting a hate boner for 10 whole years. The tentacle twists toward me. It looms over the lake, its sickle-shaped head like a dark serpent. I bite my lip. I'm in about the worst possible situation here. More and more tentacles emerge from the lake. I'm not sure how much longer I can even survive, to say nothing of getting near Kotomine.
勝機がないのは当然だ。お前の生きた年数と私の生きた年数では大きく開きがある。何かで掛け算でもしない限り埋められる差ではあるまい。
Just dig the movement and right there, like showing a shift in perspective happening. Again, I love how this game conveys movement with still images. The priest raises his hand. He stares at the heavens like a conductor leading an orchestra.
命をかけろ。
I mean, he probably sleeps while hearing the scream of despair. Wait, that's my headcanon now. Kotomina has a recording of Kuretsugu crying in despair, and he listens to them every time he goes to sleep. Yeah, this game is awesome.
あるいはこの身に届くかもしれん。
And I'm very happy to finally own an official copy of it. The serpent surges forward. Oh, damn! Sparks fly in all directions. The Golden Knight steps back, evading a series of savage attacks, executed with astonishing skill. She must have seen it as an opening. Saber twists away from a short sword fired at her, and takes a step toward her enemy. Yep, it is definitely a lot of swords. Her shout tears through space. Her sword strikes like a comet, nears through space. What the fuck am I reading? She presses the attack on the Golden Knight. She stumbles backward, overwhelmed by her skill and he stumbles backwards, overwhelmed by her skill and ferocity. By the way, Gillian the Red Archers use a sword, and yet they are archers. Amusing. Yeah, I know it's practically a meme about about there being practically no archers who use bows. But the thing about archers is they don't necessarily they're not necessarily required to use bows. It's about as long as they use projectiles and firearms. That's the archer specialty. So it works for him because, like, he just shoots them out of the gate. So Titanic gives his sword dances. her sword dances. So titanic is the strength behind her every blow. Each could shatter boulders, smash down the wall of even the most impregnable fortress. And yet, the myriad deadly weapons appearing from behind her enemy turn aside every strike. Gilgamesh slips back from the onslaught, another sword in his hand. It's easy enough for her to repel his strikes. She can't meet his attacks directly. Each of the enemy's weapons has abilities she simply does not know. Being struck by a weapon and not knowing what it might do is suicide. Saber steps away from her cornered enemy to compose herself. It's like, hey, I guess anyway, there are servants that use a bow like Robin Hood. Yeah, wait, I forgot the other is Google. Well, Red Archer and like the girl based on Red Archer do have bows in their movesets. I forget the other guy, but he's the guy who makes rice. He as one of his things is he beat a centipede. There's Artemis, there's Atalante, Orion. The girl based on Red Archer. Yeah, I'm okay, I'm going to tell a little story. There was like a fandom she made of this called Sword Dancers, and in that doujinshi, there was a character that fans had dubbed Archer Co. And then Type Moon kind of made her canon, because like there's this whole spin-off called Prisma Elia, which like has Elia as like a magical girl. Yeah, and she has a sister named Chloe von Einsburn, who is basically the canonized Archer Co. Yep. The reason why she can use that stuff is connected to how the story of Prisma Elia works. She's actively using Red Archer's servant powers. Saber steps away from her cornered enemy to compose herself. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, is not at all troubled, picking himself up.
懲りぬ女よ。何度やっても無駄だとわからぬか?
Gilgamesh shows no sign of fatigue. To him, this battle is merely a bit of entertainment. He can't very well feel nervous or tired and he knows with perfect certainty that he will win. It is another matter entirely for Saber. She knows that her only shot at victory is now, before her enemy starts taking this seriously. She needs to defeat Gilgamesh before he can use Ea, or she will lose. And so, even knowing that it may be impossible, she does not relent in her onslaught, giving no thought to her own stamina. This isn't the first time she's cornered her enemy, or the second. but she's never been able to break through his wall of noble phantasms.
まだ続けるのか。主に忠誠を誓うのはいいが、それも限度があろう。今頃あの雑種は琴峰に殺されている。もはや、お前が戦う理由はなかろうよ。
The ultimate cheat code besides Avalon. Yeah, the Sword of Rupture. Yep.
私の主は健在だ。あのようなマスター相手にシローが膝をくするなどありえない。
Sometimes I read it's EA Sports. Oh no, that makes EA all that much worse. As I understand, though, EA is named by EA is named after a god in Sumerian mythology.
それも時間の問題だ。お前は聖杯を知らぬ。あれの相手は俺でも手こずるのだぞ。お前ならいざ知らず、あのような小僧が1分と持つものか。お前は俺には勝てぬし、あやつでは琴峰に勝てん。配役を誤ったな。お前が聖杯に挑んでいれば、この戦いはお前の勝利だったろうに。
There is no amusement in the Golden Knight's eyes. He's serious, but that's wrong. To Saber, the choice itself was a mistake.
まさか、これが正しい選択だ。私は貴様になど負けぬし、シローはあのような死者には負けない。まだ出てもいない結果を期待するとは、英雄王の名も地に落ちたというものだ。
ほう。減らず口を言うだけの体力は残っていたか。
The air around Gilgamesh is twists and distorts. Oh shit. He's got more swords! The air around Gilgamesh twists and more noble phantasms appear behind him.
来るか。
She adjusts her grip on her grip on her sacred sword. In truth, there is a way. There is only one way to defeat that Golden Knight.
それには。
Yeah, I mean, and one is the number one, money ripping company, and the other is a number one sword which can rip the world apart. And I won't explain about the world ripping apart, as it would involve explaining how something in fate works like counter force and stuff, and it'd be insane. Yeah, I haven't necessarily learned about the counter force yet, so I'm not that well versed. Hopefully they'll explain it at some point. I forget if they do that during Unlimited Blame works. For a plan to succeed, certain conditions must be met. If she takes out Ia, she will still be able to defend herself, and again, he will still be able to defend against her attack if he has any energy left. She would also have to take Ia's attack head on, and again to be sure whether it's even possible to defeat.
エアを受ける。まさか、いかにサヤが戻ろうと、あれを受けては立ち上がれない。
They do explain it in Unlimited Blade Works. Then I look forward to learning about that. But there is no other way to win. It is just a matter of how to spin that thin thread of hope into real victory. I probably forgot about it because as it has been a while. Normally, her intuition would show her the best route, and she would act in accordance with what she sees. But that intuition is no help now. Perhaps her chances for victory are so slim that her intuition cannot show her the path. But she still has to fight. She has to keep fighting for Shiro, who surrendered at his own defense by returning the sheath to her. She cannot let this man defeat her.
そうか。どうやら決定的な敗北でなければ納得がいかぬと見える。
Even more weapons appear behind Gilgamesh. Every single one aims towards Saber, moving without Gilgamesh even touching them. It is going to be epic. Like whatever complaints you have about the Fate Route adaptation, and as it was, the fight scenes were amazing. Even if the animation wasn't on par with some of the stuff we can get today. Like if they animated those fight scenes now, oh my god, it would look even better. Before, only the hilts were visible. Now the blades emerge, awaiting their master's command. This is the way knights should fight. Gilgamesh was never a swordsman. As many noble phantasms are deployed within time and space and become bullets under their master's command. This is why he is an archer. Yep, he has 1,000 noble phantasms, can't really use many of them head on. He is the strongest in that regard.
うまく避けろ。なに。運が良ければ手足を串刺す程度であろう。
Like all these swords in the ground, and he still has more. With a single command, the Rain of Swords descends on her with godlike speed. Each of them possesses its own special fatal power. She evades every single one and as gracefully slipping between falling leaves. A sword from the front, a spear from the left, pole arms from above and below. A three-pronged sword sweeping at her in an arc. A hammer larger even than even a hammer larger than her streaks towards her like a meteor. She blocks, parries, dodges, then twists away from the final attack. Saber's breathing is labored, and she struggles to regain her ground and after being put on the back foot. I mean, to be honest, since Gilgamesh is the first hero, he owns every single treasure of the world and all myth. I think Gate of Babylon works something like that. Yeah, basically, the Gate of Babylon is a reality marvel that acts as his treasury. At that moment, she sees something behind her enemy, behind Gilgamesh. 47 noble phantasms are already deployed, all at the ready. She leaps with all her might. As if to prevent her from escaping, a flurry of noble phantasm races towards her, tearing up the earth. A torrent of noble phantasms slams into the ground one after another. Her armor is shattered, her gauntlets split open, even her greaves are impaled. Saber manages to avoid sustaining any fatal wounds, but in that moment she sees something even worse. Mikon! Yes, I am a Tamamo simp. Beyond the reign of the reign of noble phantasms, as if to finish off his exhausted prey, the King of Heroes draws his favorite sword. Oh, fuck. All of them. At least all that I've seen so far. Saber lets gravity carry her back to the ground. She lands hard and immediately pours magical energy into her sword. But she isn't sure she can make it in time. Well, all I know, like original Tamamo, Tammy Cat, both Koi and Skyas, and Arya. I haven't met the other. I haven't seen the others. I don't know if they come in at any point in some other story. But I think like Type Moon talked about introducing them in different media or something. The wind howls. The blade of light emerges, and she raises her sword. And she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to finish unraveling. She doesn't bother deflecting the rain of noble phantasms. She simply swings her sacred sword with all her might and all the swiftness she can muster. She's too late. Gilgamesh sweeps his other noble phantasms aside and swings Iya. I kick away the mud clinging to my ankles. My clothes are burnt and my skin is exposed. Goddamn, Shiro's voice actor does a way better job than I do. I jump away from the lunging tentacle. I can't feel my mud-coated right ankle, and I wasn't entirely sure I even still had a right leg until I used it to leap away. I check my body while I roll. Ankle, okay. Yeah, it's still there. I just can't feel it. It's more or less intact. I can still probably run. Yeah, the voice actor does a great job. The voice actors they get for the character to voice each servant are amazing. Like Tamamo's voice actor has great range. I jump in another direction to avoid the mud's relentless attacks. Besides me, I hear a splash. The scent of burning earth wakes my dizzy head, and I push myself back to my feet. A burning sensation and sears its way down my back. I shake it off and jump to the closest clear ground. The mud pursuit relents. I can no longer see any of the black mud that surrounded me. I bite my lip. I dodged and ran all over the place, but in the end... Yeah. I'm right back here. I calm my breathing and look up at him to at least show he hasn't broken my spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's just watching me running around. Gotta get in for stabby stab! No matter how many deep breaths I take, my heart won't stop pounding. It's warning me that it's at its limit. It needs rest. My heart is ready to burst if I don't rest. That's how rapidly it's thumping in my chest. It's all but jumping out my mouth at this point. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotamine, and I can't stop the black mud. Yes, a stabby stab, a total, stabby stab. There's not enough for me to hold back. There's not enough time for me to hold back about using my projection. It's my only hope. If there's no way forward, I'll have to project Saber's sword again. It should be able to cut through that black mud and give me a chance to rush Kotamine.
なんだそれで終わりか諦めたのならそうと言え
Just gotta create stabby stab! The moment he speaks, a tidal wave of mud crashes over me. I look up just in time to dodge. The mud itself isn't bad. It's slow compared to Saber strikes, even when we sparred, and it doesn't change direction, and so it's easy to dodge. But that only applies when there's just one tentacle. I can't handle multiple tentacles at once, or those that strike from behind as soon as I've dodged another. As a result, I can only move around, and still mud slowly covers me. There's no time to rest. I'm not going to be able to use my projection. Projection requires me to form an image of a weapon from the very beginning, so I need to add at least a full minute of concentration. But if I give Kotamine an opening like that, the only thing left of me will be smoking bones, if that much. Everywhere the mud touches me, I go numb. At least it's not painful, but if that mud covers my entire body, I might not even know whether I'm dead or alive. If it happens, I'm a goner. I'd melt away, bones and all. I can only run. I know it's only a matter of time until I run out of steam, but I have to keep running for now. I've no chance of reaching Kotamine while all I'm doing is avoiding the mud. The mud pours like a waterfall behind him, so trying that way isn't an option either. If I'm going to have any chance of getting near him, I have to do something about this mud. I can't believe it. I picked now of all times to trip. Kotamine stares down at me as if I were a piece of trash. Well, if it's midnight, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for joining, Kakarot. Sleep well. He points his finger at me, and several snakeheads rear up from the lake. Get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I fall. The snakes pursue me. But I still fall. Why? Black mud splashes over the back of my neck. Why? Now that I look closer, my right leg is entirely black.
そこまでか。少しは楽しめると期待したが、所詮は桐継の息子、つくづく益にならぬ連中だ。
Stabby! Stab! I look up. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are bound and in chains of mud, but I can still feel my body.
なんでとどめを刺さない。
無論すぐ終わらせるとも。だがそれでは芸がなかろう。お前は桐継の贋作だからな。奴に受けた10年前の負債はお前の死で返してもらう。
My skin burns where the mud touches it. It feels like acid is seeping from my pores. I grit my teeth, trying to endure the pain, and check my right leg. It's completely black. I can't feel it. I can't feel it, and it won't move. Even I need to either get this mud out of me or pour magical energy through the affected areas and push out the coagulated blood. Either way, the moment I try to move my right leg, I'll probably tear every muscle in it.
そうかよ。そりゃ構わないが、お前なんだってそこまで桐継を目の敵にするんだ。桐継に聖杯を壊されたことがよっぽど悔しかったのか。
なに、近親憎悪というやつだ。私と桐継は似ていたからな。奴の行為は全てが勘に触ったよ。ちょうどお前が私に嫌悪を抱くのと変わらない。
Except I'm pretty sure yours stems from a bro crush.
ふざけるな。桐継とお前が似ているなんて間違っても口にするな。
なるほど、お前にとってはそうだろう。何しろ奴は私を見逃すほどの善人だったからな。あの大火災を引き起こした私を倒しただけで命までは取らなかった。それが間違いだったことをお前は知っているはずだ。桐継さえ私を殺しておけば、あの孤児たちは穏やかな日常を送れたのだろうからな。反論できまい。だが私にとってもそれは不快な事実だった。私がではない。あれほど冷酷な魔術師だった男が敵を助けたという事実こそが不快だった。
That story again. Saber told me before that Kiritsugu was a first-class mage, and he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But then...
だが、奴の過ちはそんなことではない。奴が犯した過ちはな、聖杯を壊しただけでこの戦いが終わったと思い込んだことだ。故に、奴はお前に何も伝えず、聖杯戦争は終わったのだと楽観し、この呪いに侵されたまま人生を終えた。道家といえば道家だな。奴は自身を呪った私を見逃し、その果てに数年足らずで命を落とした。自分はことを成したと、聖杯戦争を終わらせたのだと勘違いの達成感を得たままでな。
Hold on. Does that mean Kiritsugu died because of Kotomine? What did the peaceful face he had on the night of his death mean?
そうだ。最後に聞いておこう。桐継の最後はどうだったのだ、エミヤシロ。息子であるお前に後を託し、何やら満足していったわけか。なんという道家ぶりだ。何一つとしてなせず、息子であるお前に責任を押し付け、さぞ滑稽に消えたのであろうな。
てめえ！
I kick at the ground. I force my leg to move, flooding it with magical energy. Muscles tear, but I ignore it as I lunge forward on all four like a wild animal.
そうだ。その程度の気概がなくては話にならない。
Kotomine holds his hand over the waterfall behind him. I don't know what he's thinking. That cascade of mud is a curse so dense that it can be seen. It would be fair to call it a massive magical energy meant only to destroy people. There's no room to modify it or change its shape. Anyone who touches that mud will be contaminated by its potent curse, and then dissolve, as if the stuff were digesting them. Which means the pain and fear felt in those dying moments lingered as magical energy, becoming the next curse to seek out the living. Whoever touches that stuff will die. Any who touch it will die unless they can get the mud out of themselves. Even so, the priest sticks his hand into the waterfall, smiling.
褒美だ。切り継ぐと同じ末路をたどれ。
He fills his hand with darkness. I know instinctively that this will be different than before. A flash of light illuminates the world. The moment I realize it's the light of Saber's noble phantasm.
アンディマユ。
The priest's words plunge the world into darkness. She'd been blinded by light a moment ago, but now she's cast into darkness. If she had been conscious, she would have seen that it was as a black polar light. I'm actually going to take a quick bio break. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. And it crashed again? The darkness was momentary, but it's not. But it was not darkness. It was a warm. It was a swarm of tiny curses. The darkness sweeps her body away, and the discomfort jolts her to wakefulness. I sigh. The first thing her returning consciousness brings her is pain. I'm guessing that's a typo. It should be and it should be she sighs. And her flesh has been brutally savaged by blades of all sorts. She is a dismal sight.
私は
Aya defeated her. Gilgamesh unleashed his noble phantasms, and she could not defend against so many. Then Ea struck her. She barely managed to deflect it with the Excalibur, but the damage to her body was too severe. Her wounds healed on their own without using magical energy, but even the projection of the sacred sword sheath is unable to return her to full health in an instant. And then
ここまでだセイバー。よもやその体でまだ敗北を認めぬなどと言わぬだろうな。
Gilgamesh walks forward, not a scratch on his armor. Saber lays on the ground, looking up at her enemy. There's nothing she can do right now. Nothing can stop him from doing whatever he likes with her now.
ギルガメッシュ、今の光は。
Despite the situation, Saber is more concerned about the light. That flash of light. That deep darkness that welled up from the far side of the temple for a moment and covered the world itself. She doesn't want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shiro.
今の光か。お前ならばわかろう。あれは極大の呪いだ。琴峰が聖杯から直接呼び出したのだろうな。聖杯の中にはこの世のすべてを呪うなどというものがあるのだそうだ。先ほどから見えているあのお濁はな、聖杯から漏れている残りカスに過ぎん。その本体を出されたのだ。お前のマスターとてもはやこの世にはおるまい。
そんなことは。
He has yet to stabby stab! Saber wills her body to move. But she knows she can't. She can't just lay down, though.
嘘だ。シローは生きている。まだちゃんと。
She can still feel her connection with her master. It's weak, like the faint and embers of a fire on the verge of going out, but Shiro is alive. She has to keep going. If she fights something unheard of or incomprehensible, Shiro will be no match for it. Saber clings to that faint warmth and again wills herself to move. But it's useless. Even the sacred sword sheath needs a few more minutes to restore her.
もはや手遅れだ。おとなしくしていろよ、セイバー。お前が何をしようが次期聖杯は溢れ出す。10年前の再来だ。ただし、こたびの義は俺ではなくお前に与えられたものだがな。
The Golden Knight smiles as he turns his gaze up at the burning red sky.
喜べ、セイバー。あれを浴びればお前も俺と同じになれる。この世で肉を持ち第二の生を謳歌できよう。まあもっとも俺のように自我を保てるとは限らんが。
Saber looks up at him, bewildered. She can sense the immensity of the curse. It is a magnificent cluster of magical energy with so much power any magecraft would be possible. Were caster to wield it, the possibilities would be endless. But it's a double-edged sword. It curses humans and only humans. Even heroic spirits would not be able to remain themselves after coming into contact with that curse. That's when she realizes, Gilgamesh. A decade ago, that corruption even swallowed up the most ancient king of heroes. Then...
ギルガメッシュ、あなたは。
He's gone mad.
ほう、そう思うか、騎士よ。
Gilgamesh looks down at Saber, laughing merrily. It's strangely out of character for him, but the look seems somehow appropriate.
侮るな。あの程度の呪い、飲み干せなくて何が英雄か。この世すべての悪、 俺を染めたければその3倍は持ってこい。良いかセイバー。英雄とはな、己が視界に入る全ての人間を背負うもの。この世の全てなぞとうの昔に背負っている。
Hearing those words, Saber gasps. She knows in that moment that she will never understand this heroic spirit. His unthinkable arrogance, the staggering ego leading him to believe heaven and earth exist only for him. His ruthless choices that bear no regard for any but himself. And yet somehow he's still chaotic good. All of these things are completely opposite to our own beliefs of what it is to be a king. But he was a king. Even Saber cannot deny that. No other servant than Gilgamesh could have retained their sense of self after being bathed in that immensely powerful curse.
そうだな。泥を飲ませるのはいいが、それで自我を失われては楽しみがない。どれ、今のうちに婚姻を決めておくか。
Yeah.
ギルガメッシュ、貴様。
なんだ、手荒く扱われるのは趣味ではないか。
Stabby stab!
ならば慣れておけ。女と食事に出し惜しみはしない主義でな。気の向くままに奪い。
Ew! Like, again, he's the poster boy for toxic masculinity. Saber glares up at Gilgamesh as she hangs upside down.
サーバントとしてマスターに義理を立てているわけか。くだらんな。たかが霊樹の縛りでこの体をくれてやっていたとは。
それは違う。勘違いをするな、ギルガメッシュ。私は誰にも従わない。初めからこの体にそんな自由はないのだ。
ほう。ではどうあっても俺のものにはならないというのか。
His red eyes rake over Saber. They are entirely devoid of human emotion. If she disobeys, he will kill her. No matter how attached he may be to something, if it does not obey him, he will simply destroy it. That is simply how Gilgamesh sees the world. Saber doesn't look away. She simply glares hatefully at Gilgamesh.
ギルガメッシュ、私は誰のものにもならない。私はすでに国のものだ。この身は女である前に王なのだから。
She's not saying this to anyone in particular. She's simply expressing the tiny warmth still within her heart.
何を言うかと思えば。笑わせるな、セイバー。王にとって国とは己のものに過ぎない。何もかも支配できぬのならば、王などという超越者は不要なのだ。まったく。アーサー王よ。そんなだからお前は国によって滅ぼされたのだ。
The Golden Knight mocks her for her naivete. Her heart is set now.
ああ、その通りだ。だが英雄王よ。そんなだから、貴様は自らの国を滅ぼしたのだ。
Oh yeah, here we go! Such fierce spirit. Saber twists her entire body, using the leverage to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Gilgamesh releases her. Saber stretches her arms out and arrests her fall, then springs upward.
男子を足毛に。おのれ。どうやら本格的にしつけられたいらしいな。 セイバー
She closes her eyes and looks within herself. It is no wonder your own country turned on you. It is not news to her. Since her summoning its saber, she's been hearing those words over and over. It's different with him. He grew angry with her as if it had been about him, but he also thought her actions were worthy of pride. She knows what she must do. Even if she has no hope of victory, she cannot stop here. She needs to do something while she can still feel that warmth inside her. She has to get to her master as fast as she can. She's about 8 meters from Gilgamesh. She positions herself at the ideal distance for intercepting an attack, which she's just experienced firsthand. Her body won't move the way she wants. She can barely grip her sword, and her legs are hardly able to bear her weight. Even a weak blow would be too much for her now. But she knows neither weakness nor hesitation.
一言聞いておく。
Even Gilgamesh feels he has to prepare himself. The Golden Knight readies Ea, his eyes on his opponent.
それは正気か
Saber doesn't answer. But her determination is there to see in her eyes.
よかろう。ならば加減はなしだ。
The air itself roars. Ea, the sword of rupture from ancient Mesopotamia, is said to have divided heaven and earth to create the world. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, readies his supreme sword to finally put an end to his enemy. The atmospheric vortex it creates, the sheer quantity of converging magical energy far exceeds Saber's Excalibur.
消えろ。目障りだ。
Gilgamesh raises his sword. Saber mirrors the movement in a perfect synchronization. Their eyes meet for an instant. Gilgamesh flourishes his sword. But Saber's sword falls to the ground, useless. She lacks the strength to activate her noble phantasm. The light which can sever all things bursts through her. Unable to do anything, she is swallowed up in the light. The moment I'm engulfed in darkness, hell itself is imprinted on my mind. 5 starting penalties: life, body, imprisonment, and humiliation, and finance. Let the myriad sins, mud, darkness, and malice continue to surround and punish all. Eliminate human rights through decapitation, exile, and repression. Let only body descend into a state of torment and debauchery. Eliminate group consensus by forfeiting honor. Die. Ridicule. Excuse me. Ridicule through greed and arbitrary decisions that freeze assets and property. Imprisonment, fines, and the death penalty. Crimes committed in the name of personal grudges. Grudges committed to satisfy selfish desires. Crimes committed unconsciously. Crimes proclaiming self-consciousness as civil disturbance, solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, violence, arson, bombing, infringement, manslaughter, group violence, personal negligence, overconfidence. accidents by intoxication, cover-ups, crimes for personal gain, crimes committed in the name of the ego, crimes committed in the name of love, crimes committed in the name of virtue, crimes committed in the name for themselves, theft and embezzlement, fraudulent cover-ups, contraband, crime, hate, grudge, attack, dirty. You're all dirty. Atone, and island crimes, victims, atone. This world is ruled by non-human, and know your conscience to rectify your sins. Know the penalty of your sins. Herein lies the goodness of man, so plentiful that he is unaware of the totality of what he's exposed to. Know the violence used to cover up the crime. Know the authority that hides the crime. Know the malignancy of man and is here, so rare and so hard to find, and that it stands out in sharp relief. 100 benign and 1 malignant. To balance it out, the malignant shines strong. The rain is as mighty as the vicious evil to compete with the benign masses. As the 5 starting penalties. For you, and it keep going on. Solicitation, fraud, theft, robbery, kidnapping, self-harm, tyranny, arson, infringement, dirty, you're all dirty. Atone, violence, crimes, victims, atone, die to atone. My brain's going to explode. The mud is eating away at my body. The mud eating away at my body does not peel off. It mercilessly robs me of my warmth. I feel the horrible curse crushing all my senses, crushing me. Darkness I can't look at directly. Ugliness I can't acknowledge. Crimes I want to run from. All man's sins. I'm going to die. Anyone caught in the darkness wouldn't be able to resist letting it detour them. Just from the sheer pain and disgust. But Kotomine said at once, this curse is what killed Kiritsugu. It's enough to banish the darkness. Heat returns to my body. Blood rushes through me. Wounded as I am, it helps me get back to my feet. And why not? I mean, Kiritsugu and Miya shouldered all of this for years. Did he die his own wishes as unfulfilled because those voices never stopped screaming at him to atone? He said he wanted to be a champion of justice. He ran around like an idiot trying to be useful to someone, and in the end, nobody let him do what he wanted to do. Even so, he still pursued something, the ideal he had given up on. And then, in the end, the words of some silly kid lifted a burden from him, and he finally let himself believe that everything would be okay. I have to stand up. I said I was going to take his place and carry on his dream. If I really am the son of Kiritsugu and Miya, the champion of justice, I can't let the bad guy beat me. Tosaka told me, I need to win even if it kills me. Saber told me, Kotomine is the enemy I have to defeat. Even Kotomine said, if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. That's right. What can I put on the line here if not my life? I don't have anything else to offer anyway. I desperately leap out of the mass of black bud. I can hear his surprise. My throat is burning. Every breath is like swallowing glass. I don't care. Tears of frustration stream down my face. I might just burst from the sheer anger before the curse can tear me apart.
バカな。あれを振り払ったというのか、お前が。
I push my body, forcing it to run. One hand goes behind my back. I grip the dagger I've been concealing this whole time.
呆れたな。あれから逃れたかと思えばその短絡思考。もはや万策尽きたというところか。
うるさい。初めから万策なんて持ってねえ。
I run. Kotamine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and draws another lump of darkness.
ではサーバントの後を追うがいい。先の光はセーバーが破れたものだ。お前にはもはや誰の助けもない。
There's no more hesitation now. If I get my hand on Kotamine, he will regret what he has just said more than anything else. I have a command spell on my left hand. I don't know if I'm alive or dead, but that is proof is the proof, and I can feel the truth of it. As long as I still have my command spell, Saber is still with me. If she's still there, she must have defeated Gilgamesh and be headed to me right now. If I don't greet her with open arms, and when that happens, well, I know her well enough. I know her enough to know she'll be mad. So I'm going to beat you here and now, stabby stab, to fulfill the promise I made to her. Darkness closes in on me. Kotamine releases a giant massive curse. My body begins to crumble, starting with the extremities. Huh, that's just not voiced. I won't look away. If this is my role, I'm not done yet. A fault line splits space itself. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, Ia releases a vortex of pure destruction. The sheer intensity prevents Saber from using her own noble phantasm, so she lowers her sword and lets herself sway as if collapsing. The light draws near. Saber's too injured to dodge. There's no shield capable of defending against Ia's attack. That furious dance of light and wind can only annihilate everything in its path. Nothing can stand up to Ia. It is an immutable fact. Both of them knew it to be true. A few hours ago, for once, that astonished cry comes not from Saber, but from the Golden Knight wielding Ia. Ia continues to release its torrent of magical energy, unleashing the ravening beam of destruction. But Saber is on her feet, stepping into the light of Ia's power. Her silver armor screams. Cracks splinter every layer of every layer of magical energy protecting her. With not a second to lose, she closes the gap between her and Gilgamesh. To counter Ia's destruction, Saber releases every drop of power at her command. The searching, he scorches the earth in all directions in a brilliant flash of light. Two titanically powerful swords clash. Their power so vast it creates a visible border as the two struggle against each other. But is it all for nothing? Excalibur cannot beat Ea. Even if Saber risks her life and attacks without concern and for the consequences, she can only push back just a small bit. The scale tilts in favor of Ea, and Excalibur's light weakens, pushing Saber back. The Golden Knight draws Ea back, but then he sees his enemy renewed. His enemy's renewed, reckless advance. So he pours more magical energy into Ea. There's no turning back now. All there is to do is use the full power to utterly annihilate Saber. Ea's segments spin faster and faster, reaching their maximum speed. The light that envelops Saber cuts Excalibur down. But in the instant before that happens, Saber charges. The tiny opening created by Excalibur's power allows her to take a single step closer. In the instant she reaches that space, her noble phantasm appears. Darkness buffets Shiro as if he were caught in a wind tunnel. There is no avoiding or deflecting darkness that coats space itself. Those swallowed by the darkness can only be consumed by it. He's corroding from the fingertips inward. His legs kick at the air as if swimming. His outreached arms are swallowed up by the black mud. His vision fails him. It's like being erased. Shiro feels himself shrinking, but he refuses to die. He tries not to look away. Pours every ounce of strength he has into resisting. He fights the darkness covering him, the pain trying to melt his body, and the curse trying to dissolve his mind. It's all in vain. No human could resist this corruption, and yet he continues to move. His arms still raised, held out, trying to grab something, but his heart is already broken. His thoughts are smothered in darkness, and soon it will consume him. But in that moment, why did he remember that voice? A light in the darkness. The moment he realizes it's that light, everything runs in reverse. The switch flips. His thoughts gain speed, creating crackling sparks, and form the shape within astonishing speed. He murmurs to cast the spell to begin projection. In that instant, it's complete, skipping every step of the manufacturing process. He didn't need to reproduce it from scratch. The shape that's already engraved into his very soul. It had been a part of Shiro and Mia for so long that he perfectly memorized it. His fingertips, desperately reaching, move again. They grab hold of the object he created without concentration or spell casting. The world turns on its head, darkness eradicated by golden light. In Shiro's grasp, duplicated flawlessly, is Saber's sheet. I forgot he managed to do that! And so, as Ea's all-destroying light burns away everything in its path, Saber releases her own noble phantasm. What appears before her is, without question, the sacred sword sheath. The mystics which shroud it are unknown, but the sheath repels Ia's light. No, this is beyond simply defending its wielder. Instead, it cuts her off completely. The wall that keeps the filth from outside into the world of fairyland, a world that cannot be reached, forever isolated from the rest of the world. Saber is protected by the sheath of the sacred sword, and for a moment, she exists apart from all reason and logic in this world. It is the greatest protection in the world. Nothing, not even the 5 magics, can pierce this perfect defense. And so the sheath is named Avalon. Avalon. It is the place King Arthur is said to have gone after dying, the utopia the king dreamed of, but could not yet reach. Gilgamesh sees the Grim Reaper raising its scythe. But it's too late. Ia won't stop rotating, and Gilgamesh can't retreat. How could he? Who could ever have believed that an attack with so much magical energy, such unimaginable power, could ever be blocked? A streak of blue surges. That is so awesome! Saber's armor is gone. She shed her armor so she could use its magical energy in her sword. Yes! The moment he takes the sheath, the darkness is dispelled. The darkness surrounding Shiro and Mia, the darkness that contaminated his body, fades all at once. But this should come as no surprise. The sacred sword sheath protects its owner. That filthy mud could not possibly destroy the embodiment of the utopia the girl sought. He runs. In the instant the darkness is dispelled, he moves with all the speed of a comet. The priest, so assured of his own strength that the boy could afford no such, and the boy who could afford no such arrogance, face off. It is but an instant, but that instant decides the battle. Shiro runs, sometimes stumbling into all fours. In one hand, he holds the dagger. He scrambles forward on his hands and knees towards the priest. Shiro doesn't stop. He thrusts the dagger of retribution into the priest's chest. Payback, bitch! Steady stab! The priest turns slowly. Before he can leave, Shiro steps down on one foot to ground himself and turns in a circle, using the momentum of his dash. He inverts himself like a top as he floods his left hand with magical energy. And, like a whirlwind, stabby stab! Sorry, we gotta hear that. His magical energy pours into the Azoth blade, along with the word trigger it to trigger its release. Saber swings her golden sword, but we are checking that first because this is at the end. I know it's for Saber. Still weird to me that they worded this in Japanese instead of in English. Avalon, and the ever-distant Utopia. Rank EX, type barrier, protects one person. The ability of Excalibur's sheath, the third noble phantasm that was lost. The sheath of the holy sword was excavated in Cornwall by Einsburn and returned to its owner across the ages. In the legend and of King Arthur, the true ability of the Holy Sword is the power of immortality that comes from its sheath. It has the ability to heal its owner's wounds and stop aging, but in actuality, it can be referred to as a mobile fortress that targets an individual. By unsheathing it and putting it in oneself in the home of the fairies, one can shut out any physical interference. It can even prevent interference from parallel worlds. An example of true magic. She must not have had the energy to push herself back up. Saber keeps her sword down, head down. Gilgamesh stares wide-eyed at the knight as she cuts him in half. In the silence after, the wind whispers through the compound. There remains not a trace of the light that had flooded the area seconds ago. The two knights do not exchange words. They simply stand, facing each other as the battle ends. Gilgamesh sighs. He lifts a hand and traces a finger along her cheek, as if to check the knight. And cut you in two, bitch! His golden armor begins to fade. The bloody king of heroes starts to disappear. His finger slips away from her. The arm he raises to touch her falls weakly. He clicks his tongue in displeasure, and then, at the end, he smiles ironically, then vanishes. Pale blue sparks flicker along the priest's form. They spread in all directions from where the dagger protrudes from his chest. No flesh falls away. There is no sign of bleeding. Even so, the battle comes to an end. He's not even looking at me. Instead, he stares down at the dagger in his chest in confusion. The wind is blowing. A gust of wind blows from the hollow overhead, muffling the sound around him. In the silence that follows, Kotomina's voice is low, humbling. I'm not sure how long he was thinking. He takes a deep breath and finally moves, having been motionless from the moment I charged him and impaled him with the blade.
そうか。以前気まぐれでどこぞの娘にくれてやったことがあった。あれは確か10年前か。なるほど。私も衰えるはずだ。
Kotomine collapses. I watch it all unfold. Even on the brink of death, he spoke of himself as if he were talking about someone else. Finally, the priest sinks into that which he summoned, the very thing he wished for. And that is the end of Kirei Kotomine. The true end of a long battle. With the enemy defeated, only one task remains. The dark hollow in the sky. The mud had stopped pouring from it, but the eerie void continues to quicken. It's the Holy Grail. The omnipotent Grail said to be given to the winner of this war. The wind howls. With Kotomine gone, the power binding Elia vanishes. Elia's been released from the hollow, and now she sleeps beside me. She doesn't seem to be in danger of dying. She'll probably wake up after we go home and have Tosaka look over her. The war has ended. No one else will get hurt. We won't have to lose anyone else now. No more masters, and the servants will disappear now that their roles are over. I knew this was going to happen. I climbed those long stairs with her earlier. We've already said our goodbyes. All that's left is to bring the curtain down on this whole war. I look up at the hollow and wait, my heart as empty as that void. And then she appears. She walks right towards me, looking no different than when we first met. She stops once we're close enough to touch each other. We neither ask about each other's well-being nor offer any congratulations. This has already been decided. There's only one thing to do.
聖杯を破壊します。それが私の役割です。
Saber starts walking forward. The strong wind coming from the hollow did not deter her. She approaches one step at a time. She's within range. She quietly readies her sword and looks up at the black hollow. I just watch from where I stand. I clench my fists so hard they bleed. I bite my lip and try to hold back the feelings fighting for expression. I try to burn the image of her into my mind. And then...
マスター、命令を。あなたの命がなければ、あれは破壊できない。
Her back to me, she tells me to use my final command spell. When the Holy Grail is destroyed, Saber will disappear. No, since Saber will destroy the Holy Grail with her own hands, she won't have to become a servant. She only became a servant because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail should also void her contract, since she will have chosen to do it. The moment she destroys the Holy Grail, her life will end, but she will remain king forever.
シロ、あなたの声で聞かせてほしい。
I hear Saber. Every time I hear her voice, I want to scream. I want to tell her not to go. I want to scream my real honest desire. I want her to stay. And yet, I can't ever say that. I love Saber. I want her to be happy more than anything, and I want to be with her forever. But if I really love her, that's not what I should be doing. I love Saber for fighting her hardest, even when she was wounded. I gave up everything, and while she was torn apart, she still held to her conviction, even to the very end. If I think that is beautiful, if I think that is something worth protecting, then I can't destroy everything she stood for just for my own happiness. She was born a king, and that's how she lived. Nothing can change that. From the moment she drew the sword and made her vow, she was king, nothing else. That is her conviction. She fought her battles until the very end, believing she was doing the right thing. The dream of a young girl named Altria. She abandoned her own life and chose to be king. She chose to fight. Even when she was told that at the very beginning she would go unrewarded, she still wielded the sword that kept her vow as king. That lasted for many years. I can't do anything to tarnish that pride she held until her final moments.
その責務を果たしてくれ。
My voice is heavy with emotion. Light flares around us. The brilliant ray cuts the hollow in front of us in half, leaving no trace of it. Nothing remains. The mountain summit has been blasted away, leaving only a smoldering wasteland behind. In the distance, the first rays of dawn light the sky. A glimmer of gold peeks over the horizon. My left hand hurts. The final command spell disappears. And then, I accept that it's finally over.
これで終わったのですね。
あ、これで終わりだ。もう何も残ってない。
そうですか。では私たちの契約もここまでですね。あなたの剣となり、敵を撃ち、近江を守った。この約束を果たせてよかった。
そうだな。セイバーはよくやってくれた。
I don't know what else to say. Saber is far away. I don't try to run to her. The sun rises. The wind starts to pick up. A golden shimmer shines, seeming to last forever. In it,
最後に一つだけ伝えないと。
I can hear the determination in her voice.
どんな
I try to at least sound strong. Saber sways. She turns. Saber looks straight at me and says, her voice clear,
シロ、あなたを愛している。
she said it. The wind blows over the mountaintop. For a moment I close my eyes, blinded by the morning sun. Then I open them again. Could have sworn her hair was down for that. I don't think I was surprised. I just had a feeling. Our goodbye was always going to be like this. All I see is the wasteland. Saber is gone, carried off by the gust of wind. Just like when she appeared. She left with grace, without a trace.
本当にお前らしい。
There is no regret in my voice. Every memory, both of what I've lost and what I've gained, remains in my heart. I'll keep them all there, forever. I look out at the rising sun, hoping I never forget any of this, that none of it fades from my mind for a long time to come. I watch the morning glow spread over the distant land below. It reminds me of the golden... it reminds me of the golden field she fought on. Epilogue. I hear a creaking sound. It's the old, heavy rusted door of the shed opening. Light pours through the crack in the door. It's enough to wake me up.
先輩、起きてますか？
Sakura's back! I don't even need to look to know who's approaching. It must have been that time already. I take a deep breath and open my eyes.
おはようございます先輩。そろそろ時間ですよ。
そうみたいだ。おはよう、さくら。起こしに来てくれてサンキューな。い
え、お礼を言われることじゃありません。先輩ならきちんと起きてくれるって分かってましたから、私は余計なことをしただけなんです。
そっか。けど、ならなんでわざわざ起こしに来てくれたんだ？
わざわざじゃありません。今朝は先輩を起こしたくなって、いつもより30分も早起きしたんです。今日は特別な日ですから。
Then I remember. That's right, it is a special day.
聞くまでもないと思うんだが、藤根はまだ来てないよな。
はい、内村先生はまだ。でもイリアちゃんは先に来てます。
I knew it. If Ilya's here, then that can only mean one thing.
まずい。さくら、すまないんだけど、朝食の支度を頼む。俺、ひとっ走りして藤根を叩き起こしてくる。
はい、ご苦労様です先輩。
Luckily, I was up late last night, so I'm still in my work clothes. I'm glad I don't need to change to head out.
10分で戻るから、あとはよろしく頼む。はい、
任せちゃってください。あれ、シロ起きてる。
なあ、今起きた。ちょっと藤根を起こしてくるから、さくらの手伝いをしてやってくれ。
I pat Ilya on the shoulder and head to the front entrance.
やられた。もう、シロは私が起こしに行くって言ったでしょ。さくら。
Dotoru attained. Ilya fumes at Sakura as she stomps over to the shed. This sort of thing is hardly unusual anymore. Ilya said she wasn't going to return to her home country, so I talked to Fujini about taking her in. She was vehemently opposed and suggested that she take Ilya at her house. Since then, Ilya has been staying at the Fujimura house, and of course, she's been coming over with Fujini mornings and nights. It goes without saying that they're coming for breakfast and dinner. The two have been living together for 2 months now, and they're practically joined at the hip. When I pass near the shed wall, I hear Sakura and Ilya talking. Ilya is pretty blunt, so I thought she would get along with Sakura, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're like an odd couple. Well, Ilya is energetic and Sakura is more laid back. It seems they get along in spite of their differences. In fact, Sakura has regained her usual cheer thanks to Ilya. Ever since Sakura's older brother Shinji disappeared and was listed as missing, she'd stopped smiling. She must have said that he had something to do with the mass coma incident at school. Fretting over Shinji, Sakura shut herself away. It was Ilya who forced her to get over it, and Sakura is her Sakura is her normal cheerful self whenever she's with Ilya.
さくら、笑えるようになったよな。
I'm truly happy about that. Sakura is most herself when she's smiling that gentle smile of hers.
ひどいよ、イリアちゃん。何があっても起こしてって臨時ボーナスまであげたのに。
You could have invested in an alarm clock. Fujini is in tears as she shovels breakfast into her mouth.
当然よ。タイガーを待ってたら私まで遅れるし、給金分は義理を果たしたわ。あれ以上の働きを要求するなら、臨時じゃなくて基本給をアップさせることね。
むむ。私だけじゃなくおじい様からももらってるくせに、どうしてこの子は主戦度なのかしら。
That's a word you don't hear very often.
若い頃からお金にうるさいと周りの子に嫌われちゃうぞ。
嫌われて結構よ。好きな人以外なら何を思われても関係ないもの。それよりタイガー、貸したお金ちゃんと返してよね。給料日5日前だったんでしょ。
なんでそんなこと知ってるのよ、あなた。
タイガに聞いたわ。お望みなら明細まで話してあげてよ。
I love that face. Ilya grins wryly. Unlike her more friendly friendship with Sakura, Ilya and Taiga are practically cats and dogs. Ilya gets really mean with Fujini. Even her smile reminds me of a certain someone's smirk.
返済は明日までね。できなかったらタイガのお小遣いから引いていくから。
おじい様、そんなことまであなたに話したの？
ええ、お昼はずっと一緒だもん。タイガね、タイガより可愛いって褒めてくれたわ。
Ouch.
どうしてくれるのよ、シロ。この子とんだ悪魔っ子じゃない。このままじゃ藤村組が乗っ取られるわ。
More importantly, why does a grown woman still get an allowance from her grandfather?
いってらっしゃい、シロ。今日は早いんでしょ。ならここで待ってるからすぐに帰ってきてね。
努力する。留守番よろしくな、イリア。
いっそのことここの子になっちゃえ、バカ。
Fujini says she hides behind my back.
はいはい。タイガも気を引き締めなさいよね。外でシロに迷惑かけちゃダメなんだから。
How's she behaving more adult than the adult? Ilya shrugs off Taiga's comment. No, Fujini isn't really in a position to push back against Ilya.
じゃあ先に行ってるけど、のんびり歩いて遅刻しちゃダメよ、シロ。
Fujini lets out an engine and roar and disappear as like a speeding bullet. She got her driver's license last month. Since then, she's been late for school a lot less often. But now she has a new nickname, Rocket Tiger or Rocket Diver. She's the only one who doesn't know about it. I stretch and take a deep breath. Sakura already left for school. I ate a big bowl of rice this morning, and so she must be pretty driven today. Today is a big day for the Kyoto Club. Now that she is the vice captain, Sakura must be really determined and enthusiastic today.
さて、それじゃ。
Go to school too. Today is April 7th. Schools are starting in the new school year, and the season has gone from the cold of winter to spring. It's been 2 months. I feel a lot has changed since she left, but the changes all seem minor. Winter is over and it's finally spring. That's the only thing that's changed. I might have grown and matured, but I'm not a different person or anything. So not much has changed. Shiromiya is still clumsily stumbling along in Kuretsugu's footsteps. I almost said Mitsuru.
おはよう、エミヤくん。朝から顔を合わせるなんて奇遇ね。
おっす。今日もいい天気だな、登坂。
I wave in greeting.
奇遇か？ここ最近よくニアミスするだろう。
It's almost like she's going out of her way to meet us.
ああ、いや、そりゃ今までこう頻繁に出くわすことはなかったけど。
出くわすってあなたね。
Tosaka narrows her eyes and glares at me, unhappy about how I phrased that. I don't think getting angry so early in the morning is good for you.
遠坂、もしかして登校時間変えたのか？前はもうちょっと遅かっただろう。早すぎず遅すぎずって時間だった。
そんなことないわよ。今まで顔を合わせなかったのは空前でしょ。
Sure.
知ってる？エミヤ君と私の家、きっかり正反対の位置にあるの。だから普通に起きて普通に坂を降りれば、ここで顔を合わせるのは当然ってわけ。
へえ、それは初耳だ。そっか、それなら確かに。
Wait a minute. That's only possible if our daily schedules are the same. For Tosaka to reach this intersection at this hour, she'd have to wake up at 6 in the morning. But that's...
お前、眠くない？
I just come right out and say it.
何よその言い分。私は眠くもないし、無理もしてないわ。
She just synced up her schedule with ours, just so she could run into us every day.
なんだってそんなこと聞くわけ？あなた。
いや、お前朝弱かったから。寝不足で学校に行くと化けの皮が剥がれるぞ。授業中に居眠りなんかしたら大変だ。下手に起こそうものなら寝起きの悪魔みたいな顔した遠坂が暴れるんだからな。
Like, who dares disturb my slumber kind of terrifying.
そんなことしないわよ。たかだか30分の早起きで深くなんて取るものですか。
ほら、早起きしてるじゃないか、やっぱり。
ああ、人の起床時間なんてどうでもいいでしょ。つまんない詮索をしてる暇があるならさっさと学校に行きなさい。
Tosaka huffs and looks away. She has a point, and so I'm going to let this go and just resume our walk to school. I walk up the hill. The townscape below has bloomed into a springtime scene. The breeze is pleasant and leaves a cherry blossom tree painted near the school. Painted near. Bleh. The breeze is pleasant, and the leaves of the cherry blossom tree planted near school dances on the wind from time to time. It makes me smile.
何？
I was stumbling over that.
まあ、エミヤ君の時間だから文句はないけど、そんなんで体壊さない？
いや、今日ぐらいは休みをもらったよ。弓道部で新入部員の歓迎会をやるっていうから、イリアを連れて遊びに行こうかなと。
なんかさりげにすごい度胸してるわよね、あなたって。平気な顔してイリアを学校に連れて行くあたり大物だわ。
なんかまずいか？イリアだって暇つぶしになるって喜ぶと思うんだが。
まずいわよ。まずいけど、そういうことなら私もお邪魔しようかな。イリアがいるなら退屈しないし、何より危なっかしくって放っておけない。
I'm grateful to hear her say that. Tosaka understands Ilya much better than Sakura or I do. It's not just that she periodically checks in on Ilya's health. Tosaka and Ilya are both proper mages. Ilya doesn't fully understand what she needs to hide the fact she's a mage. So Tosaka has been a great mentor for her in that regard. And so things that started to settle in their respective things are starting to settle in their respective places. The new priest the church dispatched has already repaired most of the damage for the Holy Grail War, and we more or less has gone back into our ordinary lives. There are things lost that we can never get back, yes, but the wounds are slowly healing, and I should be glad to know that some of the regrets I felt before are slowly fading.
けど意外だったな。
Tosaka mutters under her breath. She looks down at the town, her tone serious.
意外だったって何が？
うん、私シロはもっと落ち込むと思ってた。しばらくは立ち直れないだろうなって思ってたのよ。
She's talking about the girl who's not with me now. It's been 2 months, and this is the first time we brought up the golden-haired
そう
girl.
だな。俺もそうなるだろうって思ってた。その後のことなんて考えるだけでどうかしそうだった。
けど蓋を開けてみればシロったら今まで通りだったでしょ。落ち込むどころの話じゃなくて次の日にはもうケロリとしてた。その時にね、こいつ大丈夫かなとも思ったのよ。うまく言えないんだけど次の日にはあっさり事故で死んじゃうような雰囲気だった。
なんだそりゃ。なんで平気なのにあっさり死ぬんだよ。
そういうこともあるの。人間ってのはね、何かの手違いで一生涯の目標を叶えちゃうとそれでぽっくりいくものなのよ。もう生きるのはいいやと思った途端、赤信号なのに車が突っ込んできたり、あっさりと階段から落ちたりするんだから。
Huh. That's a little hard to get my head around. I guess she's talking about dying after living a full life, or resting in peace, maybe.
だから私はそれが心配だった。ああいう時はね、いっそ派手に落ち込んでくれた方が周りは安心するものなの。
なんだ。じゃあ落ち込んでたら慰めてくれたのか、父さんが。
まさか。背中に蹴り入れて一日で立ち直らせてやったわよ。それができなくて残念だって話。
I wanted you to make me more food. She turns away, displeased. It's so funny. I can't help but burst into laughter.
何よ、おかしい？
いや、とにかく遠さからしい厳しいセリフだったんで安心した。
We continue walking, enjoying the spring sunshine. The hilly road is long, and it looks as if it continues into the endless blue sky. Then she brings something up, surprisingly casually.
もう未練はないんだ。セイバーがいなくなってもさ。
Her eyes are on the sky as we speak.
未練なんてきっとない。
I'm not trying to put up a front. I even surprised myself with how at peace I sound. Nothing was left unsaid, so I don't regret anything. Everything went into the moment we said goodbye. What I wanted to do, what she dreamed. Maybe we were both stubborn, and maybe I really should have grabbed her hand and made her dream come true. But there was something we both felt was beautiful. We both desperately tried to protect it until the very end. I have no regrets. As she properly ended her time, I can't let myself be stuck in those memories forever.
シロの中では決着をつけたってことね。 だから落ち込むこともなく、思い出に浸ることもないってわけ。
けど今も夢に見る。これから先もずっとあいつのことを思い出すよ。いつか記憶が薄れて、あいつの声もあいつの仕草も忘れていく。それでもこんなことがあったと、セイバーっていうやつが好きだったってことだけはずっと覚えてる。
Tosaka doesn't say a thing, but for some reason she looks elated. She's practically skipping now.
どうしたんだよトサカ、そんなに急いで。なんかあったのか？
別に、ただ早く学校に着きたいなって。さあ、そういうわけだからシローも急ぐ。のんびりしてると置いてくわよ。
She turns around and starts to run up the hill.
なんだあいつ、朝弱いくせに無理して。
I grumble, then sling my bag onto my shoulder and run to catch up. It's only 7:30 in the morning. It's too early for students who aren't involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with getting to school early. I run up the hill that seems to stretch into the sky, and I reach the school earlier than usual. Today is the first day of the school year. If I want to celebrate, I need to shake off old memories. Remnants of my memory will never go away, but I still need to go on, even if the emptiness in my heart makes me cry. The blue sky is off in the distance. It feels so close, but even if I reach out, I could never grasp it. I looked to the stars before. There are unreachable stars and unfulfilled wishes. Nothing of ours remains behind. So someday, my memories of her and the image of her face will disappear. And yet, even if I can't ever reach her, something will remain in our hearts. There may be nothing physical left, but we both shared time together and looked at the same things. If I can remember that, I can believe that we're still together, even across such a great distance. Some things are bound to disappear, but others never will. So I'm going to keep running. If I push far enough, I might one day reach what I was aiming for. The new beginnings of spring, after the end of a harsh winter. I head up the hill under the blue sky and look at the blue sky. I head up the hill under the same blue sky she looked up and saw. Yeah, you thought we were done? The battle's over. This is her final battlefield, the battle that split her country in half and ended with the king's victory. The night runs to her. The battle is over. The blood-red sunset has faded, and now the darkness of night covers the battlefield. The hill is littered with corpses and curses, as all that resentment and tries to drag the survivors down with it. Through it all, the knight runs, breathless. He grips his horse's reins, and as the wounded white steed does its best to keep up. The knight and the white horse are the only survivors. Draped over the horse's back is the wounded king. Huh. Was this how he sounds in FGO? Because this is Bedivere talking. Your Majesty, King Arthur is this way. The knight must be wounded at himself, but he runs with all his might. The king he serves is on the verge of death. Even after defeating the rival king in single combat, his king sustained a fatal wound. The knight knows there is no hope here. The king will die soon.
確かにあの森までたどり着けば必ず
Oh yes, I think this is the same voice actor. He calls desperately to his king. Or perhaps the knight truly believes that his king is immortal. So long as they have the guidance of the sacred sword, the king will never perish. With labored breathing, the knight crosses the mountain of corpses and heads to a forest that has not yet been stained in blood. He knows of his king's immortality, so he believes that if he can only escape his curse, this cursed battlefield, and lead the king somewhere pure, the king's wounds will be healed. Or rather, he hopes. And like the other knights, he always believed in his king. The king had always been isolated at court, stunned by the knights, shunned by the knights, and feared by the people. But the knight was proud of the young king, who never really revealed any personal feelings, no matter the situation, and always remained idealistic. The knight did not serve his country. That is why he entrusted his sword to his king, strove to aid his king, and rose to the position of the king's personal guard despite his young age. The king's true face can never be seen. The boy tried to be fair and selfless, and did not follow his personal feelings to interfere with his duty, and did not allow his personal feelings to interfere with his duties. Rather, he hoped that if he could someday get close enough, he could see his king's real face. That is his great desire. He wants so much to see his king's true face, not the stern countenance of the king bore on the battlefield, but his king's true face, a smiling, laughing human face. That moment would surely come in court, when the king is relieved of all duty. Even the most perfect king cannot be on the edge of all, and cannot be on edge all of the time. The knight was proved wrong, though. What he learned defied his expectations. He reached the rank of Imperial Guard and stood guard at the king's side. He guarded the king more closely than any knight, and always observed the king's behavior. But the moment he wished for never came. His king never smiled. Why does that make him so angry? The king should radiate glory, having received such success. I'm actually going to take another bio break. I was hoping to finish this first, but I'm kind of getting the point where it's difficult to hold it. So give me a sec, guys. All right, I'm back, and it crashed again. I thought leaving the window active would prevent the crashes, but apparently it didn't. That's 3 times the game has crashed. And like we're just at the end. Hey Lotus Prince, welcome to the stream. How was your day? We're just going through the ending of the Fate route in Stay Night right now. The king should radiate glory, having achieved such success. But never once did the king seem at ease, even for a moment. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to believe that shouldn't happen. And so he wished for his king to be rewarded with light. And that is yet to be accomplished. The king still remains solitary, and so the knight refuses to accept his king's death. It cannot end here. If it does, this great king will never be rewarded.
今はこちらにすぐに兵を呼んでまいります。
I forgot how different he looked in the original. God damn. He looks very different in FGO. Doing decent, I guess. Lazy today, but wrapping up some grading. Cool. Once they reach the forest, the king leans. The knight leans his king's body against the large tree. It is a race against time. Even riding hard on horseback, it will take half a day to bring back the troops they left at the harbor. Any who see the king now would know that the king will not last until dawn.
どうかそれまで辛抱を。必ず兵を連れて戻ります。
That's a completely different game. This is Fate Stay Night. This was the game that started it all. Finally released is with official English translation. The knight The knight bows to his half-conscious king and returns to his white steed. Before he can leave, the knight he thought unconscious the king he thought unconscious calls out to him. I can't believe this game ripped for Fate Remnant.
意識が戻られましたか。
I think I remember the anime from 50 years ago or so, but yeah, the actual VN didn't release until surprisingly recently. Yeah, like the VN remained exclusive to Japan, even the console ports, which they had to which they had to remove the sex scenes from. And yeah, I watched the anime a long time ago too. It's what got me. It's what made me a Fate fan.
少し夢を見ていた。
The king's voice is faint, but there is warmth in it.
夢ですか。
Again, he looks so different. The knight's voice is imploring. The king's life is balanced on the tip of a blade. The darkness will surely take his king if the knight does not respond.
そうだ。あまり見たことがないのでな。貴重な体験をした。
それは。では、どうぞお気遣いなくお休みください。私はその間に兵を呼んでまいります。
Oh, and to update, guys, because I haven't edited the video yet, I have an actual PC controller now. A friend of mine gifted it to me, and it came with the 1 month free trial of Game Pass Ultimate. So I'm thinking of using that for December and like having that be like a Christmas special thing where we play shorter games on Game Pass. A faint gasp. The knight's words must have been unexpected.
何かご無礼な点でも。
いや、そなたの言い分に驚いた。夢とは目を覚ました後でも見れるものなのか。違う夢ではなく、目をつむればまた同じものが現れると。
She wants to be with Shiro again. Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. For a moment, he is at a loss for words. At length, he responds, though he knows there is no truth to what he says.
強く思えば同じ夢を見続けることもできるでしょう。私にも経験があります。
A dream is a fleeting thing, not something to return to. Even so, the knight lies to his king. It is the first and last time he will do such a thing.
そうか。そなたは博識だな、ベリビエール。
The king's soft voice is admirable. The king's head remains tilted down, not looking up at the knight. The knight breathed so softly that it can be barely audible. The king breathes so softly that it can be barely audible.
ベリビエール、我が名犬を持て。
The knight receives his king's final order.
よいか。この森を抜け、あの血塗られた丘を越えるのだ。その先には深い湖がある。
おお、それは。
Yeah, this is also part of the Arthurian legend, and King Arthur ordered Bedivere to return the sword to the Lady of the Lake. The knight knows what that means. The sword in the lake. To relinquish the sword that had protected the king and serves as proof of kingship would mean the end of his king.
行くのだ。ことを成し得たのならばここに戻り、そなたが見たことを伝えてほしい。
He fails to do so twice. The king does not take back orders. The knight takes the sacred sword and goes over the hill, his indecision weighing heavily on him. And so, 3 times the knight hesitates to follow his king's command. Oh, it was 3 times he failed to do it. The lake looms in front of him, but he cannot throw the sword away. Doing so means his king will disappear. The knight's unwillingness to part with his king stays his hand, and he returns to his king. Once again, the king orders him to throw the sword into the lake. When the king lies and claims he's thrown, when the knight lies and claims he's thrown the sword into the lake as ordered, his king simply replies, "Do as I have commanded you." To defy the king's order is a great sin for a knight, but he has already done so twice. Each time he stands before the lake, he hesitates at the thought of losing his king. No more. When the knight realizes he cannot alter his king's decision, on his 3rd visit, he hurls the sword into the lake. The king's sacred sword returns to the lake. A white hand emerges from the water and catches the blade. The sacred sword vanishes from the world. And the knight finally accepts it. The end of his king. The responsibilities that had so long burdened the king finally come to an end. By the third time he crosses the hill, The first rays of the morning touched to the forest. The ruins of the battlefield now distant. There is no trace of the bloody battle. Only a thin haze covers the hill.
湖に剣を投げ入れてまいりました。剣は湖の夫人の手に。確かに。
At the knight's words, the king's eyes open.
そうか。ならば胸を張るがよい。そなたはそなたの王の命を守ったのだ。
The knight gives a silent nod to that voice, knowing that the speaker is on the brink of death. It's all over. Turmoil will continue to grip the nation. The wars will not end. The day of ruin will come soon. But the king's battle is over, because he, or rather she, fulfilled her role until the very end. The light fades. With everything done, the last of the strength that kept her going is spent.
すまないな。ベルビエール。今度の眠りは少し長く。
She closes her eyes. Slowly, as if going to sleep, the morning light spills slowly, as if going to sleep. The morning light spills through the treetops. As the king drifts to her eternal rest, a hush falls over the forest. The knight continues his vigil over the fallen king. The king he wished for. The solitary king, attended by only a single knight. And he finally sees the look. He finally sees the look he hoped for on his king's face. A peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king finally finds peace, the peace that had so long eluded her. The knight is overjoyed. The king thanks whoever gave. The knight thanks whoever gave his king such comfort, and watches the king with a sense of pride. The heavens are distant, and the clear sky is blue. The battle is truly over.
見ているのですか、朝を。
His words ride the wind. The sleeping king appears to sink into the endless blue.
続きを。
The distant dream takes her. The battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. The days continue on, and we are still following the same stars we once saw. I just barely managed to read that in time. And that is the end of the Fate route. I am so glad to play this game officially. I am a huge... it's no secret by now. I am a huge Fate fan. I love... I love the whole concept. This is all... the series has also, the series has also, influenced me at my interest in my interest greatly. And I just and it's also a learning experience, because you are learning because with each entry in the series you are learning about these various figures that are participating in the current story at hand. The battle with Heracles. Recreating Caliburn. Message unclear. Expecting Arthurian figures in Edo, Japan. I mean, not unheard of. Remember, Jeanne d'Arc, Samson, and Ku Helene were and appeared in Japan. Defeating Gilgamesh. Oh yeah, and Gilgamesh was in Japan. Oh my God, Nasu, you are a king. Now, of course, we didn't get every detail. Ah, yes, Ku Helene from the classic myth called Final Fantasy XII. Of course, this isn't the only route. There are 2 more routes: Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel. Saber ending, complete Saber's ending. Yeah, so now we have an ending list. And if you're wondering what these are, these are all for bad endings. I'll be getting those off stream. Because it's gonna get a little complicated from now on. And again, of course, there's three movies. All the music. Oh, we're seeing the whole timeline of the chart, of the flow chart now. Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of paths I can go down. All the way to the true end. There will probably be more weapons to unlock. I can't believe Fate's Day and I ripped off Fabona Busha 2's flowchart. I think they may have come around. Oh no, the flowchart is new. The flowchart is new, I believe. I don't remember the original game having that. But yeah, there's still servants that we don't know too much about. We don't know Archer's true identity. We don't know Ryder's true identity. We don't know, Caster's true identity, nor her master. We don't know, Assassin's master. Whew. I didn't expect this to take so long. I would have, I probably would have split this into two different streams. But my birthday's next week, and I've got prep to do for that. The end stake forever when you read them out loud. Being there, yeah. At some point, I need to play a Doggy Literature Club, though. So yeah, let us set up a raid. And speaking of birthdays, we'll raid Robin, and who is doing her birthday stream right now. DLC may not be the most stream friendly, but it's definitely worth a play. Ah, good. She's still playing Metopia. All right. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, and I also do my I also have my. You can also check my socials down there. Though again, and I'm more active on Blue Sky now rather than Twitter. So yeah, tomorrow we will be starting a new game with River City Girls. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.